one thing would be very clear. That person would be a socialist. Why? Simply because disasters is equal for everyone. Whether you're strong or vulnerable, whether you're old or young, disasters treat you equally. And that's why this topic. That's why how we are prepared for disasters to come. And one great institution that is working towards ensuring that when disasters come, we are all prepared well and how. So if disasters treat us equally, then we should be treating everybody in the society equally. And Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled ensures that. And the vision behind is Dr. Mahentesh, the stalwart. He is not here with us today. Another stalwart with the organization, Mr. Shailendra Yadav, is not with us here today. The gentlemen have worked tirelessly to ensure and put India again on the world stage, because they really work towards the cricket for the blind in India. And just like the women's cricket team came back with the World Cup, Samarthanam ensured that the women's cricket team for the blind came back to India proudly with the World T20 World Cup. Can you big round of applause for them, everybody? Good, thank you. And so, while those two gentlemen are not here and the entire team is not here, we have some luminaries with us. Dr. Rajendra, he's the vision behind. He helped Dr. Mahentesh build this organization. And we also have the head of operations, Shivram Deshpande sir, and Mithu sir, where you are here, so can you also join on the stage? We have him as well. With these two luminaries on the stage from the Samarthanam International, we get started, and let's have the video first of Samarthanam, and then I would request Mr. Deshpande, the organization. Can you get the sound, please, of the video?
Samarthanam, meaning support and empowerment, has been transforming lives through education, skilling, technology, sports and arts. At the heart of this journey is Dr. Mahentesh GK, a visually challenged leader, a national award winner who envisioned an inclusive world where disability is never a barrier to ability. His vision has touched more than 500,000 lives over the years.
I became visually impaired when I was 6 months old baby. Because of my joint family, who were very progressive, ensured all my needs were met. Therefore, I never felt I was different from others. We are not born with societal empowerment, but I was fortunate as it was bestowed on me by my mother. When I was joining Sri Ramana Maharshi Academy for the Blind as a student, she told me, if others knowingly or unknowingly takes your belongings, don't worry, they need it more than you.
Today, Samarthanam is present in 19 cities across India, holding the consultative status with the United Nations UCOST since 2015 and rated by CRISIL for financial transparency. With 800 plus employees, about 40% of them are people with disabilities. Samarthanam is the living proof that inclusion works. Our operations extend globally as well, with US 501c3 status and active support in the UK. Education is our foundation. Through smart classrooms, digital learning, robotics, AI and inclusive schools, Samarthanam reaches 300,000 children across 200 plus government schools in 10 states. We run residential schools for speech and hearing impaired, intellectually disabled and the underserved children in multiple cities, ensuring no child is left behind. Our education program supports more than 34,000 students across 11 cities up to PhD levels, including those in medical and engineering streams, helping them pursue careers of choice with dignity and independence. Employment is empowerment. Through 17 skilling centers, more than 52,000 youths have been trained, with nearly 60% placed in new age jobs. Over 200 job fairs have been conducted, opening doors for people with disabilities to careers of dignity. Technology makes life easy for all, but possible for the disabled. Through digital libraries, assistive devices and accessible innovations, Samarthanam empowers people with disabilities to live independently. Sports break barriers. In sports, Samarthanam, through Cricket Association for the Blind in India, CABI, has nurtured 30,000 plus blind cricketers nationwide. The Indian men's team has won 5 World Cups across all formats, becoming the only team in the world to hold such a record, proving that disability is only in the mind. Cabby also prides itself on spreading the wings of blind cricket globally and helping to form the first ever national team for cricket for the blind in the USA. In November 2025, Samarthanam and Cabby will proudly host the first ever Women's Cricket World Cup 2025. Cricket for the blind in India, where women cricketers will make history on the global stage. Arts give voice to ability. Through Sunada, our performing arts troupe, more than 3,000 performances across 3 continents have showcased the talents of dancers, singers, and musicians with disabilities. Our 32,000 square feet Samarthanam Arts Center is India's first accessible performing and arts and therapy hub, also home to the Samarthanam Institute of Music and Performing Arts, a dedicated college nurturing inclusive talent.
So that's Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a big round of applause for all the good work that they've been doing for us and keeping the nation proud. And for this today, to talk more about them, we have with us Mr. Shivram Deshpande, who's the head of operations and is a disability and development professional with over 3 decades of experience across Asia and Africa. He holds an MA in sociology, a postgraduate degree in HR management, and a diploma in basic development therapy. He has led inclusive education, livelihoods, rehabilitation advocacy, disaster management, and assistive technology programs with more than 50 organizations. A visually impaired specialist in neurological disabilities, especially cerebral palsy, he has contributed to numerous evaluations and action research projects and enjoys music and chess. May I request Mr. Shivram Deshpande to, sir, please tell us something more about the organization and all the good work that we do. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause, please, and welcome him?
Good morning, everyone. Yes. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to all of you, and thanks to the organizers giving us this opportunity to present 90 minutes session on disaster management and how technology, assistive technology, is useful for people with disabilities during the disaster situations. Yes, Samarthanam Trust is a 29-year-old organization, and it's a pan-India and pan-disability organization involved in inclusive development, not just only people with disabilities, special focus on people with disability, but also we look at their family members, community, and other non-disabled people who are economically challenged. The organization, you all watched the entire movie of 3 minutes. The uniqueness of this organization, it has not started a special school. Instead, it started an inclusive program for people with and without disability. And Samarthanam is always inventing new things. The recent example you might have heard about the first ever women cricket for the blind. They brought us the World Cup for us this time, and that kind of innovation. We are into assistive technology accelerator. We have an exclusive wing for people with disability. The unit reaches out to more than 100,000 people with disabilities. Work with 50 startups and always looking at the innovation, what people with disability want. We promote strongly user-centric design, promoting technology to reach out to people with disabilities. And it is in this context, we are here today, our entire team with a startup and experts like Rajendra sir. We are here to share our experience. Disaster is one of the core area of Samarthanam. We responded to flood. We responded to many other disaster happens, recent COVID. Especially COVID, to 2021, it has hit mankind, and we conducted numerous programs. Okay, we reached out to people with disabilities with a lot of dry ration kit. We vaccinated more than 5 lakh population across India. We have distributed so many PPI kits and strengthening our health system to combat COVID. And a lot of disasters, Samarthanam addresses. So I think these are the programs that we have. Apart from this, we have a skilling unit which cater to the 18 centers across India. We provide IT BPO retail training, placed more than 25,000 people with disabilities. 70% of them are placed in different companies. So I think these are our program. I think our time has reduced. Earlier it was asked to present in 90 minutes, but now time has reduced to 60 minutes. I'll conclude my talk about Samarthanam, then again we'll come back. Over to Naveen sir.
Okay. So I was telling you earlier, when Dr. Mehantesh and Shiv Pandey sir, they put together Samarthanam, there was one person who helped bring the entire vision. And that was Dr. Rajendra sir. He was with us today. And I will request him now to come on stage and set the agenda for the program. But before that, let me please introduce you to him. Mr. Rajendra is the Chairman and Managing Director of Innovative Development Transformations, an international consulting organization working on disability and development. With over 4 decades of experience, he holds master's degree in sociology and business administration and is pursuing doctoral research in disability. He has worked with national and international disability agencies. He also strong believer of technology as pathway to development, with CSR leadership and corporate partners across more than 41 countries, with particular passion for participatory research, mentoring disabled youth, organizational change and capacity building. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Dr. K.R. Rajendra for you. Sir.
Namaskar, good morning. First of all, thanks to Mr. Prahlad Adhikari and our good friend Durgesh Panji, so for giving us this opportunity. When we talk of disaster management, normally all of us will think of only disasters related to natural disaster, like, okay, all the natural disasters that's been considered. The disaster also consists of another major, one of the causes will be through conflicts. I had a lot of experience working in Afghanistan, Sudan, Somalia, East Timor, and other conflict countries. So where that's a perennial, it goes on and on and on for years together. Even now, Ukraine and Gaza, you can see. The post-conflict scenario hits, entire population. And that is a cause and the consequence of disability. It causes disability. Both natural and human-made disasters will lead to disability. They acquire disability. And at the same time, we have about, next slide please, 15%, go to the next one. See, 15% of our global population includes people with disabilities. And, what we are looking at here is AI-based, okay, solutions emerging from inaccessible to all those people during both disaster and conflict situation. The goal of this whole session of today will be to integrate assistive technology. I'll be using the word AT. AT is assistive technology for a resilient ecosystem, right? The next, please. See, what the studies have shown is 1.3 billion people globally live with disability. Out of those, 71% lack preparedness and plans. Okay, 85% excluded from DRR, that is disability related and disaster related consequences. Only 20% can evacuate independently. They can go on their own. Otherwise, they all need help. And it is multiplied 200 times, you can say, higher mortality rate during disaster for people with disability. So that's inaccessible entire situation and the existing situations will go much worse than the previous condition. So people with disability will have their challenges multiplied by 200. Next. What we are going to highlight here is during today's session is the role of assistive technology before, during, and post-disaster scenes, and discuss affordability, policy gaps, awareness barriers. The major bottlenecks that we have is one, people are not even aware of what challenges they do face. My next presentation, Deshpande ji will be discussing about issues and challenges faced by people with disability during disaster. And we need to have a proper sound policy backed by budgeting, and then explore universal design, what could be done. For example, even, if we are all sitting here, to give an example, supposing if a wheelchair person comes and if he has to come to the stage, someone has to lift them, right? So that when we build infrastructure, somehow this component will be missed out. So that is where we are insisting. Assistive technologies will help, and especially technology-driven solutions will help them to empower themselves, sustain, and even live. Next slide, please. The focus areas will be like inclusive evacuation and relief accessibility. That's one thing. Policy budgeting. Just policy will not help. We need to have, it has to be backed up with schemes and programs and the budget, appropriate budget. And the major gap that we all see in the RF team, for example, they are not aware of issues related to people with disability. So once they are aware of it, they will find them, they will reach out to them. That's an important gap that we are trying to focus on. Startups. The technology India has now highest number of startups in the entire world, and there are plenty of our partners who will be presenting now. They have come up with unique models how these challenges could be resolved, mitigated. And then the key thing for the entire process is community participation. Unless we have the entire community participating in it, understanding in that, if they don't have awareness, then the whole program may not succeed 100%. So how we can include the entire community and co-design the strategies for disasters. Next please. Next, see little bit detail of inclusive early warning systems. For example, once the siren comes out, the deaf people will not hear. That's a simple thing. Then another thing is the vulnerability assessments. When we talk vulnerable, who are the vulnerable people? People with disability who has physical and mental conditions which will restrict their growth and participation equally compared to others, number one. And then people who are senior citizens, 60 plus, 70 plus, who have some kind of problem or the other, and associated disabilities will be there. So they would require pregnant mother, expectant mothers. So those who have given, 2, 3 or 1 month old baby, they're all coming under the vulnerable groups. And even non-literate sometimes, they have no means to get out of the disaster situation unless the team is sensitized and make an attempt to reach out to them. Okay, next please. Next one is accessible climate resilient infrastructure. So we need to advocate for that right from the beginning. It costs nothing. When we construct this building, at that time, if the ramp is planned or a lift is planned, then it doesn't cost anything. So if you have to redo that, then it costs more. So that's where the entire process of today's discussion will be focused on what can be done at the time of construction itself, how we can build a climate resilient infrastructure. And again, the inclusive evacuation system will have several processes like accessible evacuation plans, personalized evacuation information, training. Those are elaborated with examples and with technology-driven models in the next presentations. Key for some of the things that we need to keep that in mind: inclusive emergency relief and early intervention system. Emergency relief is like medicine, water, food. Immediately they need that for a couple of days. So once it is distributed, people with disability are left out. They are somewhere. and they don't know where it is being distributed. So the team has to reach out to them, go there and ensure that they get the right relief material in time. And secondary disabilities. For example, if there is already one person with disability, they will acquire a second disability, another disability, mostly with trauma. They also get traumatized, and they will be under depression. So there is an additional disability causing, right? So if there somebody is using with a hand crutch and they're able to move, during disaster, the entire thing has gone. He has no means to get out. When they try to get out, there may be increase in the percentage of their disability. These are what we call a secondary disability. How we need to immediately restrict that. Then rebuilding lives. The post-disaster scene, most of the actors will end up by giving a relief material and that's it. But that's not possible. No, we have to rebuild their lives. I have two quick examples of rebuilding life, especially again, giving people choices. In Sri Lanka, post-tsunami, we worked with two individuals. One was a toddy plucker. That means he goes up to the palm tree and extracts toddy. And he lost his limb. One of his leg got damaged and severely amputated. So then when we asked him, he said, sir, I can't do anything. I don't know anything else except the toddy thing. So we created an artificial limb, retrained him to go up to the palm tree and continue that, because he wanted to do only that. So his choice was that. The second person lost everything, his fishing boat, nets, all equipment, money, house, entire thing is gone. So when we asked him, sir, I have lost everything, I don't know what to do. But I don't want to get into the sea again. So then we gave him a bicycle, an adopted bicycle with to sell the fish. He said, yes, I know where the fish is available. I can take the same thing, sell it in the market and continue my life. So two examples, same country, two individuals, their choices are different. So giving people choices with the community participation is the key for post-disaster rebuilding lives. One of the things is the development agencies. Most of the development agencies like UN, WFP, and many other international agencies jump in once the disaster starts. But all of them will be looking at the general mass, and this vulnerable group will be normally left out. So there are several research which proved that they need to be retrained to focus on this critical vulnerable group. So that's the role. And also, just as I said, the policy alone will not. The policy has to be backed up by budget. So international cooperation and funding resources need to come in order to mitigate disaster, post-disaster investments. Next, please. Next slide. So the policy development is the first stage. Then I mentioned about international cooperation, mobilization of all the resources available, both government, non-government, international, UN, etc., and corporates as well. And the key thing is the monitoring and evaluation, because it's a quick activity, and we can't have rigid monitoring systems. So we need to give them free hand. But at the same time, there must be something where I spent all my life visiting those countries, meeting people, capturing their life stories, and projecting back as an evaluation, social audit. So these are to be built into that, so that there is accountability by all the players, and the funds that have been utilized reach out to the last person. And community engagement, I gave two examples of that, both disaster and post-disaster. Next one. So expected outcomes that we see at the end of today's thing is strengthen 80 stakeholder network. So what we have, our partners here, the startups, they are the 80 network. Individually, they are looking at several things, but we need to work together as a team. That's the key for success. And pilot implementation proposals. Small proposals in small area, and for example, the Uttarakhand, wherever the disaster happening continuously over a period of time. So such villages and such communities are to be chosen, tried out, and then that can be replicated elsewhere. Knowledge respiratory. Data is one thing, it's the missing thing. So we need to collect data and appropriately design policies and programs backed with evidence. Next. So that's what I would like to set the context for. And there are some pictures in that. Let's stick around. Okay, that's right. Thank you.
For those lovely examples that you gave and for setting the tone for the program ahead, for the session ahead. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll now request Mr. Shivram Pandey, sir, please to come on stage. And Rajendra sir was talking about assistive technologies. So let's hear more from you about these technologies and the progress that we are making on those fronts.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, assistive technology accelerator is one of the vertical of Samarthanam, and it advocates for user-centric design. What people with disability require, what kind of a technology is required for the blind, what kind of a technology is required for people with speech and hearing, what kind of a technology is required for intellectual disability, what kind of a technology is required for other category of disabilities. This unit, works with various technology experts, people with a disability, school for the blind, school for the deaf, all the special schools, different category of special schools. And we also conducted a research on, small study, I can say, consulting more than 2,000 people across India, different, dimensions of disability, what kind of a day-to-day problem that they face, okay? What technology is required from them. And there was an interesting, study done by us. And based on that, we started working with the startups, more than 50 startups, and trying to provide different technology to different, types of disabilities. We have a short video which gives you information about what is assistive technology all about, okay? You can make out technology, it assists, okay? Sahayak Tantradnyan, what it is all about and what is the impact of this assistive technology. Let's watch a short documentary on this and then we'll come back again. Thank you, Naveen sir. Can I go back to my seat? Yeah.
ठीक है, उनको स्विच करने बोल दो. एक सेकंड, ऑलरेडी.
Startups, academic institutions, government bodies, and industry leaders to develop user-centric solutions. From modernizing schools and universities to establishing inclusive technology hubs, our work is reshaping the landscape of accessibility. Empowering people with disabilities from a young age lays the foundation for long-term success, helping them build confidence, essential skills, and independence early in life. Through initiatives like digitalizing mainstream schools, introducing smart classrooms, and providing assistive devices, ATA has bridged gaps in education.
ये जो स्मार्ट क्लास, तो मुझे इसमें बहुत मदद मिल रही है पढ़ाई में, और वीडियो देखते हैं तो हमको बहुत समझ में आता है वीडियो देखने में, तो ऐसे हम लोग को वीडियो देख के बहुत सी चीजें का नॉलेज होता है, समझ में आती हैं, तो हमें बहुत मदद मिलती है.
For thousands of children with disabilities, learning is no longer a challenge, but a journey of discovery and joy. Beyond classrooms, ATA focuses on equipping youth with essential skills. Training programs in digital accessibility, sign language, and cutting-edge technologies like AI-powered smart glasses are opening doors to new employment opportunities and enhanced independence.
from the below the hip, I completely paralyzed. Father and mother, they belong in poor community, and they are coolie. I got Samardhanam Trust introduction, and after 1 week, I went there. They issued this laptop. The person from a rural background like me, being a disability person, even to complete this PhD and cracking the NET exam, this laptop is very much helpful to fulfill or attain my dream.
Innovation thrives when diverse minds come together. ATA's hackathons in Bangalore and Chennai brought students, developers, and people with disabilities under one roof to co-create solutions. These events have not just produced winning ideas, but have ignited a movement of inclusivity and creativity. Accessibility extends beyond personal use. Collaborations with the E-Committee of the Supreme Court of India have empowered visually impaired court staff with essential digital skills, ensuring inclusivity within vital institutions.
तो जो हमारे ब्लाइंड स्टूडेंट हैं उनके लिए जो कीबो और जॉस सॉफ्टवेयर से युक्त जो कंप्यूटर समर्थन हमने जो दिया है वो बहुत लाभकारी साबित हो रहा है इन अर्थों में कि किसी भी भाषा की पुस्तक या पीडीएफ को कई भाषाओं में ध्वनिकृत करके हमारे बच्चे पढ़ ले रहे हैं तो ऑडियो फॉर्म में उसके माध्यम से उनको मिल जा रहा है.
I can only appreciate your effort, and I'm very thankful on behalf of the university family, on behalf of the students, all the stakeholders, that you are hand-holding our university. And I request that the request which I earlier made, if you can intervene in all these matters which I have mentioned earlier, that will be very kind of you. And again, thank you so much for your team and everyone. Thank you.
Numbers tell a powerful story. Since its inception, the ATA has provided assistive devices to over 4,500 people with disabilities across India, partnered with more than 25 startups, and modernized 300 government schools, 40 special schools, and 5 universities. Its efforts have benefited over 194,000 students, empowered 374 visually impaired court staff, and provided skill development across 15 locations. Each statistic represents lives changed, barriers broken, and futures reimagined. Every device distributed, every training conducted, and every solution developed is a step towards a more inclusive society.
Samarthanam Trust,
through its ATA initiative, is not just changing lives, it is transforming communities. Together, we can build a future where no one is left behind. With continued support, innovation, and compassion, the dream of an inclusive world is within reach. Join us on this journey to empower, uplift, and inspire.
Amazing, ladies and gentlemen, isn't it? On one hand, this organization is getting us World Cup T20 for the women's cricket team for the blind. And on the other side, with the ATA initiative, impacting lives and how. A very big round of applause, everybody, to this organization led by Dr. Mahentesh and his team. And now can we have Shivram sir again, the head of operations, telling us more about these assistive technologies and what and how we are impacting lives every day. So,
Yes, Naveen sir, thank you. Thanks for all your applauses. I would like to narrate my experience working in disaster situations. I was part of a tsunami. I was in Pakistan soon after the earthquake, and I was into flood relief operations. One thing I noticed was, I'm not strictly looking at, reading the presentation, but I would like to narrate my experience. What challenges people with disability face. As you all make out, I can't see. Every people with disabilities in this world, they face numerous challenges. Every minute is a challenge. I'm standing here. If anything happens, I don't know how to go from this particular place. So, anything happens at this moment, somebody has to come and take me. Imagine if what people talk about empathy, right? What is empathy? Empathy means not just putting ourselves into others' shoes and feel their pain. I say that entering into others' skin and feel their pain. So if a person with disability in the disaster risk reduction, risk situations, sorry. So what happens, what he or she feels, it's unimaginable. In my opinion, what I noticed, people with disabilities are unseen, unheard, and unaccounted in the disaster situations. When I entered, I asked Rajendra sir when he was leading our Asia program. Soon after the disaster happened, I could see all the damages, human cry. I requested, sir, I want to go and do whatever I can do. Even sit at a place and provide food buckets. Please allow me to go. Then immediately said, Deshpande, you go to Nagapattinam. I will go to Sri Lanka. That was an understanding. Correct, no, sir? So, when I went there, I was all alone with a cane, white cane stick. And there was everywhere kitchen, everywhere muddy. And when I landed early in the morning, there is no place, all hotels, everywhere. It's a small town, right? I could sleep near the bathroom for 2 hours and then started my work. Everyone started asking those who involved a relief operation. They said, why you are here? I said, I want to look at people with disability, what they are facing. Yes, you are all working for non-disabled people. But somehow I managed to fresh up and go to different, camps. People were, I could notice that people with disabilities are most vulnerable, especially senior citizens, those who cross 70, 80 years of age, and their cry, and they were shocked, and, situation was so pathetic. I noticed, I went to district administration, there was a long queue. Lots of, there was a lot of duplication of efforts used to happen. Everybody want to bring a food pocket, water pockets, and clothes, and all wanted, unwanted materials dumped like anything. There was a queue, and district administration was not knowing. It was completely chaotic, situation. I stood in the queue. I wanted to register our organization. And people with disabilities were not consulted. People with disabilities were not addressed. No one went and asked. There were nobody to talk to them. Forget about professional counselors. So this was a situation that I come across. And after some time, somehow we managed to register our organization in the NGO coordination committee. We realized every task force formed over there, they were looking at the losses. They were not looking at what people with disability want. There was a huge gap I could see. So how many people lost, how many people injured, how many houses damaged, bridges damaged, all those stuffs. But where are the people with disability? Who are they? Nobody knows. Right? When started asking about people with disability, what is statistics? Nothing was available. And when I met people with disability, they were saying that my household, nobody came, and I lost my cattle, I lost my sheep, I lost all my certificates, I lost my aids and appliances. I am now at the corner of the house. So this was the situation that I literally saw in the area where I worked. Okay, so how do we address this problem? What is the mitigation measure? We have reduced by 30 minutes time. I'm mindful of my time. What has to happen when disaster like this happens? Number one, awareness is an important aspect. NDRF team today, we have seen, noticed everywhere. When flood happens, when anything happens, they literally lift the people. They don't look at disability or non-disability. What is required, in my opinion, is that they need to be trained on people with disability, right? For example, food is distributed. I saw Koshi incident, Koshi River, when the bund, broken, everywhere water. I have visited a couple of families and there was no food pocket. If the NDRF team is sensitized, keep some reservation for people who have not reached out, seniors, citizens who crossed more than 70, 80 years. They were starving. No food reached to them. They can't come. So, first is awareness and training aspect to the concerned authorities and NDRF team on addressing the issues of people with disabilities and senior citizens. And vulnerability assessment has to happen. Vulnerability assessment has to happen. Okay? Yes. More, I have interacted with many development agencies who involved in, disaster situation. But, when we talk about disability and all those things, we've forgotten. And some of them advanced, they used to say, disability is a cross-cutting issue for us. Then what have you done disability? Where is the statistic? What intervention you have done? I want to work in that area and tell us what you have not done. I'm going to work on it. So at that point of time, answer was not very clear. So what I'm trying to tell is that, yes, if you are addressing a disability, let us allocate what areas of intervention you are going to provide. What is that others are going to provide? We need to look at health, education, livelihood, all aspects, accessibility. These are the things that we need to look into, basic aspects, okay? Food, other essential material that has to be reached. These aid agencies and the government and the concerned authorities and the NDRF team should reserve some amount of materials and aids and other things for people living with disability and senior citizens. That's what I wanted to make it clear. You are all here from different development agency, different government, and our humble request is to have a data. Yesterday, I was part of one of the interesting session where I myself learned a lot. Data system, the existing, today we live in an era of technology, and you have seen our work. We wanted to innovate what technology exists, how those technology can be customized to suit the needs of disaster situations, right? Where I was saying, yesterday, that the existing data portals which was quoted, what extent it shows the people with disabilities are rehabilitated or not rehabilitated, okay? Today government announces in the disaster, yes, those who are injured, this many people, okay? Those who are lost, houses, this much of a, relief grant. But what happens if a person permanently affected with the disability? What happens? What is the long-term measure for him or her? Right? I noticed most women with disabilities, those who lost their devices, those who cannot come, and they don't have a privacy in the disaster situations, right? There is no accessible toilet, no proper, defecation places, and there is a huge human cry. So in this situation, establishing a data system is very essential, and the technology expert should make a note of it, that people living with disabilities, what the measures that the state has taken up. There should be a pop-up or an indication to develop an intervention plan. Okay, accessibility should be introduced. The technology which are available now in the market or need to be customized, and the early warning systems need to reach to people with disabilities. Today, mobile technology is extensively used across the country, right? So how the intimation goes to people with disability on time, okay, that needs to be taken into. Many people in the recent flood, when we entered into Wayanad, Kerala flood, where a person with a wheelchair stuck 2 days, on top of his house. So early warning system, not heard by, not noticed by the hearing impaired person. Friend of mine who lost his vision in the Kargil war, when he was hunting for an enemy in the Kargil area, suddenly he met with that disaster blast. He lost his vision. His ear was hanging when, he was explaining to me. He's fought back, he's very well educated, works in UNICEF, Gopal Mitra. He's a director now in the US. So he was narrating his situation. So there should be a rehab. What I'm trying to say is the government has to take care of the responsibility of people with disability, address their needs, and ensure that all services reaches to people with disabilities. So in my experience, we have adopted different approaches, implementation strategies to combat these situations, where we started a disability resource center, where it acts as a one-stop shop for all people with disabilities, going to villages, conducting assessment, giving a counseling, provision of aids and appliances, right? Making them to come back to the normal situation through the health rehabilitation. We have, created accessible toilets in the schools, right? At least public places made accessible post offices, because they have to go for getting their pension. Okay, earlier they were not getting the pension in the bank. Now government has introduced a account recently, but at that point of time, everyone used to go to take their money to the post office. Post office made accessible, schools made accessible, sanitation system made accessible. We used to work with a lot of aid agency to include disability aspect, making it all registered, what government has to do, all registered, organization willing to work in the disaster prone area. They need to include people with disability. It should be must, and it's a mandatory aspect. Government, that's how it has to be, sent a circular to everyone. If that happens, people with disabilities are included. And today, there are many technologies available, and those technology, if it has to be reached, then government has to make allocation for all people with disability should get assistive devices. Today, bankers make so many calls to so many people, all of us, we get calls, right? Promotional calls and things like that, right? So everyone are ready to offer a loan for everybody, but when it comes to people with disability, banker thinks twice whether this gentleman is going to pay or not going to pay, right? This is a situation. We need to tell the financial institution to give these devices under their CSR program, or give the devices in the subsidized rate. Whoever wants, let them take it. right? That kind of a policy should come. I think I don't want to take much of the time. I think many speakers are now ready to speak. I think I conclude my speech with my talk. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Deshpande sir, you said 3 words and I got goosebumps when you were saying these words. Our vulnerable communities are unseen, unheard, and unwanted. And that, sir, I mean, you know, in a civilized society like ours, we're very sure we're not going to be letting our vulnerable communities be alone. And not during normal times, and definitely not during disasters. And that is why forums like these and the World Summit on Disaster Management is here to address that. And therefore, a big shout out to the organizers for giving us this opportunity for this particular session. In particular, a big shout out to Durgesh Pansar. Thank you so much for giving us this forum and ensuring, and all the organizers who put this together to assist, especially, you know, focus on vulnerable communities, you know, inclusiveness, and ensuring that whether we are young and old, whether we are strong or not so strong, we all come together and not just to be mere participants, but to be stakeholders on both sides. So it is a program that we put together not for the vulnerable, but along with the vulnerable. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, you agree with that. And thank you, Deshpande sir, again for a wonderful session. I'm sure Rajinder sir has to add to it for sure.
For your wonderful, excellent, sharing your experiences. Shivram Deshpande's key message to the summit from his talk is, look, I have lived with disability. Most of you do not even understand what my condition is. So I have lived and I have faced these challenges and I have won over that. So the message is, any disaster related programs, policies involve us, nothing about us without us. So involve us at the time of planning, management, monitoring and evaluation, so that will create an inclusive society. Thank you, Deshpande. Over to Naveen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that. Let's move on to the session now. We have, the next session is on role of assistive technology in disaster risk reduction, empowering persons with disabilities for safety and resilience. For this, we have Mr. Muthuraj, who is a disability and assistive technology expert, ICT and DRR enthusiast with 20 plus experience. He's an innovation leader in DRR and emergency response and complex AT training. Mr. Muthuraj, sir, please.
Thank you, Naveen sir, and good morning one and all. I'm privileged and honored to be here, and glad to. So can I have the presentation?
Okay, the presentation is here on my computer. Can we have it on the screen as well, please? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so basically, disability inclusive disaster risk reduction through assistive technology is how we can create inclusion, during DRR, including person with disability using technology. Basically, for building a resilient communities for disabled people is what I'm going to talk about next. Can you have the next slide, please? Okay, so basically, like, I would like to share my experience in the disaster. Basically, like, I was fortunate both, both ways, to experience tsunami and the flood relief of South India, especially. During tsunami, like, we had like in southern place, I was working with an organization where they used to work with vulnerable communities, and most of our partner areas were affected by tsunami. And like, they were like social exclusion basically on the minorities, where the relief materials was not allowed through the fishermen's fishermen's village to so-called untouchable community, and also that exclusion happened. And also there was another instance where person crying out, saying he is crying, he is mourning, not because he lost his loved one, just because his loved one was buried with so-called, like untouchable and things like that. So such kind of exclusion do happen, during this thing. And if you see the critical challenge for about 1.3 billion person with disability face disproportionate risk reduction, and 71% face lack of disaster plan, and 80% get excluded in the risk reductions and things like that. Yeah, can you have next slide, please? So, like we have the global mandates, global and national mandates, where SDG talks about strengthening resilience and adaptive capacity to climate hazard, climate-related hazard, and RPD Act talks about equal protection and safety of persons with disability, where Shivshankar ji will be talking about me, will be touching upon that. And also Sende framework 2 talks about meaningful engagement of PWDs, person with disability, in DRR policy and risk decision. So, like, why assistive technology matters in the DRR? Basically, it enables safe and timely evacuation of persons with disabilities, those with mobility, sensory, and cognitive disabilities. And also, it ensures accessible early warning systems and critical communications during emergencies, which Rajendra sir already touched upon. And also, it maintains continuity of health essentials and rehabilitation services, which is very important, especially the relief materials, ensuring reaching everyone, without any discrimination and things like that. And also, it empowers person with disability as an active participant in disaster preparedness and response. Yeah. Next. So some of the key thematic areas. So basically, we have technological solutions, like where we have inclusive early warning system. Early warning system should be inclusive across disabilities, and accessible communication tools across disability. Like sir was talking about speech and hearing impairment, how this sirens can be for example, there are different types of sirens, right? So how a deaf person can understand, those kind of thing, and how we can have different like adaptive devices for different types of disabilities or something. And also, like, how we can have disaster resilient AT. For instance, most of the assistive technology, if we say, like we call it Sayak Tantragyan, as Deshpande was saying, so most of the assistive technologies are depending on electricity and also internet. So, like during disasters, like climate-related disasters, how can this AT be resilient? No? That is one thing there. And also, like data and mapping, basically the community database of person with disabilities and their needs for timely emergency support is something which needs to be addressed. And actually, like talking about the data and mapping, I was just last night I was just talking to Mr. Prem, like of Torchit. See, like actually through Samarthanam has a wing called Assistive Technology Accelerator, where we try to build an AT ecosystem across the country, where we work with 25 plus startups, engineering colleges and all. We conducted one national level problem statement survey on what are the challenges person with disability face across country, across topology, and we came up with more than 2,500 problem statements, and for which they were generic actually, which we mapped, and there were 50 unique problem statement. The top one being in the field of education, which was like STEM education. For example, like class 5 kid blind, like how can do experiment in the schools and things like that. Like that, we were discussing, okay, like this generic with respect to problem statement of person with disability. That's where like we came up with the thought process. How about we do some kind of survey. How can we propose this to the organizers? We do this problem statement survey with respect to the disaster, and we come up with the solution. This organization, basically, they have this R&D unit. They are like China of India, like Chinese companies, certain companies, you give it some plan, they'll come up with the product, right? So these guys here in India, they are doing that. So we can think of something similar when it comes to data mapping. Yeah. So moving forward, inclusive relief and recovery, especially universal design, accessible evacuation, inclusive. Yeah. Okay. So inclusive shelter management, mock drills. Okay. On the interest of the time, I'll just try to move forward. Innovation and entrepreneurship, where like we have our startup peers who will be like talking about their quick presentations. Yeah. Next. Next. Yeah, these are some of the best practices during DRR disaster. So basically, like we have personal preparedness plan with AT, especially like using mobility aid, crutches, communication devices for enabling self-evacuation of person with disability and readiness during the disasters, and accessible evacuation support, especially you have specialized stretchers or walking frames, powered evacuation chairs with I mean automation and all. And this was like actually used by volunteers, especially in Kerala in 2018 floods. And likewise, we have the accessible disaster information. If you ask, like, is the assistive technology and person with disability, it's all like, is it inclusive? DRR is resilient to person with disability? The question is, to this answer is both yes and no. No, we are there in bits and pieces. We have a long way to go actually. Yeah. So accessible disaster information delivery, if we talk about the efforts, especially via screen readers, and sign language apps, tactile alerts, braille devices, ensuring real-time multi-communication, in line with UNDRR surveys, these are there. Yeah, next one. And also like the capacity building and training of trainers, for example, in Kerala experience, like where we have this in alignment with GFDRR and UNDRR stakeholders, workshop.
Muthu sir, I'm sorry. What we'll do is we'll circulate this
Yeah.
to the audiences in. So we'll just because this I've just told again for a time check for a time. So if you could just now summarize this so that we can move forward.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so like we have a lot of good practices both in India across the world, So we all need to work together so that like we can create inclusion in including person with disability in DRR, so that no one left behind, leave no one behind using right solution and technology. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so very much, sir. My extreme apologies to everybody in the house here and to Muthu sir as well. But I have this, the bad task of having to do this. I've been told that we are very short on time because we have another program happening very soon. Again, because we've got a lot of fabulous people that we put together for these presentations, and I don't want the audience to be kept away from them. What I'll do is, instead of calling them one by one for a presentation and making PPTs, this is an August gathering of people who've been very innovative, who've been startups in the assistive technologies, people who are making impact, people who are touching lives one at a time in hundreds and thousands, and this will become a huge tsunami when they finally deliver results. So can I have on stage the entire panel of startup gentlemen and ladies who we've invited? I'll call them one-on-one on stage in no particular order so that we get to see them, and maybe 2 lines from each one of them about their organizations. May I request on stage, therefore, Ms. Nandini, founder, Helping Hands, to please come on stage. I'll keep saying the names so that we have all of them on stage. Can we have Mr. Prem from Torchit, Mr. Raj Gopal? We have 10 minutes. You can. We have lots of time. We'll come to it. Yeah. No worries, sir. Thank you. We got some extended 10 minutes more. That's good. Mr. Raj Gopal from Wemby Technologies, Mr. Jay Krishnan from Yali Mobility, Ms. Charulata from Dectroware. I hope I have not left anybody's name. Later. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, they're impacting lives on a daily basis. 1, 2, in hundreds and thousands and in lakhs to come. And we're going to see how they make changes and impact vulnerable communities and all of us put together so that never again do we have to say unseen, unheard, and unaccounted. Can we just pass on the mics one at a time so that just 2 minutes, each one of us tells what are we doing, where are we from, and the impact that we're making. Sirs and ma'ams, please.
What Muthu's message was about, can you imagine a school textbook from first standard to third standard being converted as a sign language video? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine a deaf student, that's what Samarthanam ATA has done, getting after +2, taking up commerce. The entire commerce syllabus with NCERT has been converted as a sign language video. Without any text, looking at that, they will be able to pass out from, become a commerce graduate. That's what the entire team has done it. Over to Nandini, please.
Morning, everyone. Okay, my name is Nandini. I'm the founder of Helping Hands VRIS. Basically, VRIS means it's a video remote interpretation service. So I want to tell about my company, what we are doing. We work for disability people, especially for speech and hearing people. So we act as a bridge between the deaf and hearing people. So one thing, we all have a helpline, right? For the police station 100, for the ambulance we have, for the fire station we have, who are not able to hear or who are not able to speak. Those are all helplines are not useful for them. So that's why we opened a helpline, video helpline. Any deaf in India, they will do a video call to us. We will do an interpretation service in an Indian Sign Language. So it's a free service for them. This is what we do. And we work with Indian Railways also. There is announcements in Indian Railways, right? So they are not able to hear. We make a video in sign language and we put in a sign language videos in a TV screen in a different platforms. And as Sir told, we are converting the textbook into a sign language video so that every kid is accessible for that education. So that they won't sit and come back, they just see the board and they are not able to come, okay? That's why we are converting that textbook into a sign language video so it is easily accessible. And before concluding, I just want 3 words to sign everybody in a sign language, okay? Do along with me, okay? Let's do the good morning sign, okay? Take your dominant hand, good morning. Okay, take your dominant hand, fist, make a fist. This is sorry. 2 times, opposite sides, sorry, okay? Thank you. Not on the lips, on the chin, okay? It will change. Thank you, okay? This is clap. Both the hands. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very innovative. Thank you so very much. Yes. We should have a bigger round of applause than that, ladies and gentlemen. Please keep that coming after every speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Prem. We are Torchit. We make assistive devices for persons with this kind of disabilities. Mainly, we focused for visually impaired people, and we made world's most affordable, most accurate smart cane. We call it Sarthi Smart Cane. We made Jyoti Smart AI glasses. Again, these are the companion for the person with disabilities, help them for mobility and their education journey. Apart from that, we have more than 600 solutions. Like here we were discussing about disaster management. So it might be while some kind of mishappening is happening at that time, this devices might not be available, but the directory, okay, that's, yeah. So some kind of directory should be there. So that is what Torchit has done. We have initiative called Enable Mart. Under one rooftop, all the 500, more than 500 to 600 solutions at one place we have, and we are advocating the government as well. through where the disability people are obtaining UDID cards, just like we are having Aadhaar cards, they are obtaining UDID cards. So the data, the focus was on discussion was on the data. So through that data we can get info what kind of disabilities they have, and this the same way this all the resources we can place on that website as well, so they can know what kind of solutions are available for them. This way we are solving the awareness availability as well. And at Torchit we always talk about affordability. So what's most affordable devices we make it, and we wanted to become like these days we are talking about China plus one strategy, and we wanted to become India assistive devices hub for the world. Thank you.
Wheelchair come scooter.
Hello, happy morning, namaste, namaskar and vanakkam. My name is Jay Krishnan and from Yali, representing Yali Mobility. I am just want to 1 minute talk only. So we are all having a bike to commute from one place to another place, right? So this is a vehicle designed and developed for the wheelchair people and the elderly people who can commute from one place to another place. For example, the 3-wheel electric bike, which the wheelchair person, if he or she press a remote, the vehicle will kneel down and the ramp will open from the back side, and the person, he or she, will get into the bike with his own wheelchair. And after he enter the bike, if you press the remote, the vehicle will kneel up and the ramp will close. Either we can use a remote or the dashboard button. So after that we have a docking system. This national patent rights, and we applied for the international patent rights. So it is dock the wheelchair and the vehicle, and after that it is a normal two-wheeler concept. The elderly people and the wheelchair people who can commute from one place to another place. This is a company called Yali, Y-A-L-I. I repeat, Y-A-L-I, Yali Mobility, incubated company from IIT Madras, Chennai. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Good morning, all. My name is Rajagopal. I am from MP Technologies. So we basically design assistive technologies for the visually impaired people. So I'll briefly talk about what we do, then set the context for the visually impaired in the case of disaster management, and see how technologies can be useful in the visually impaired community. So all of you may be knowing that visually impaired people read through Braille, right? Braille is a way, it's a script actually. So, but it's not easy to make Braille books because it needs a lot of time, money, you need special equipment like embosser, special paper, all those things. So there are not much books available in the schools or in the, the houses. So that's why we came up with this product. This is an electronic Braille reader, a simple device where you can a person can create any content and convert it into Braille, download it wirelessly. So you can get any content from anywhere in the world into this device and read it. We support all Indian languages and it is battery based. So let us see how this can be of use in a disaster management scenario. So let us look at the visually impaired community. How they have to be prepared for the disaster thing. So as we know, there are two important key things. One is preparedness and response. How prepared are you when for a disaster, and if something happens, then how are you responding? So preparedness, what happens is you need to have the information. Most important thing is information. What to do, whom to contact, all those information, right? So that has to be made accessible. So for the visually impaired, it has to be either through Braille or audio, right? So using these technologies, we can have preparedness taken care. Like, if everybody has a device like this, the central disaster management group in the state can push relevant information for everybody. Suppose you are in this place, who is the person to contact for this particular disaster? So basically the people will know what to do when something happens actually. It could be information, it could be emergency numbers, it could be what to do and all those kind of information. They can also do mock drills because they can simulate what to do if something happens. They can also check whether somebody has been sent that information, they read it, they read it or not. All this information, it is possible from the technology solutions what we have. The second thing is the response. Suppose something happens, what to do? Now, these devices don't need electricity, they are battery based. So, and similarly, they don't need internet for working. So, if something happens, they can just take this device, read what to do, and then they can apply at that situation. So, and they also support all Indian languages. So, to summarize, visually impaired community preparedness and responsiveness should be at the same level as a sighted person, and to help that, assistive technologies can be of use by providing relevant and accessible information in time to all the people. Thank you.
Yeah. Charulata on the head mouse. The most severe forms of disability is something like cerebral palsy. Over to you.
Hello. Yes. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Samatram team, for giving us the opportunity. So, myself, Charu, I'm coming from Chennai. So, our Dextroware devices is entirely about building consumer electronic products. So, yes, coming to disaster not only affects infrastructure. So, it basically disconnects people. So this leads to many such conditions, like they will be physically affected or mentally they are being affected. So we will be working with such people to rebuild their confidence in terms of making them technologically accessible. So let's say this disaster leads to amputated, like both limbs are getting amputated. How do they work on the computer? So we created a device called a mouseware, a simple head mouse, where you can operate your computers or smart devices entirely hands-free. Just a simple head movements can be used to access a computer. So I leave it to you guys. You can check out us on Google regarding how it works. So yes, so in this way, they can also feel more independent, like they can use communication, WhatsApp, or they can be very independent without any kind of care from other people. So yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for all the startups giving your valuable inputs. Yes, Nandini, helping hands very extensively can be used in the disaster situation where mobile technology, WhatsApp, one can open the video and show everything in the sign language. I think this kind of a setup is required in the disaster prone district. If the government makes it mandate to set up this kind of a helpline, that really helps many of the deaf people to access the information. And the Yali mobility is a really a great device. When people have a locomotor disability, physical disability, can get into the wheelchair, and that can be used in the disaster situation. And the textbooks can be made accessible for people with visual disability. I think my advice is to Raj sir, if that can be, because that is a very simple kind of a button phone, old button phone. If that can be converted mobile options, taking a call, receiving a call, that's going to be very helpful for the senior citizens. Okay, so I think all of you have come all the way to bring this technology on this table. I think all of these technology can be extensively used in the disaster situation. One request to the government here, and the recommendation, it's for the both. One, all the startup which are working on assistive technology, that these assistive technology should be disaster resilient, number one. Okay, number two, government has to make an investment on this to reach this technology to people with disabilities. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity. Thanks to Prahlad sir, Durgesh Pant sir, all the organizers supporting us for this important event.
Thank you, Deshpande. The key takeaways from this session is definitely involve everyone. That means including vulnerable groups in policy and backed up with the budget. The second important thing is the startups. When Bharat can do Chandrayaan at an affordable cost, Can't we make what is available in assistive technology elsewhere affordable to our people within India? So investment on more startups to make it affordable, less costlier for everyone in India. The third important thing is involving community and capacity building of the entire team, development agencies, NDRF, and sensitization and awareness both to the community as well as for all players about issues and needs of vulnerable groups, including people with disability. Bahut dhanyawad. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The applause should be loud and clear for such an august gathering here of people who are doing so much and impacting, as we said, lives at a time. And so there we had all the luminaries here doing their best in technology, and also whilst we are at it, at the grassroots level, we have organizations who are doing their bit. One such organization is, ladies and gentlemen, could you please take a seat? We will we'll be felicitating you in a bit here only. Please keep sitting. Thank you. So at the grassroots level, we have organization. One such organization is the Himalayan Adventure Institute, Kempty Falls, Missouri. We have a representative from there. In terms of search and rescue and preparedness, disaster management preparedness, this organization has been doing from 1994, ensuring that not just, stakeholders like the paramilitary, the police, the fire personnel are involved, but also includes communities, vulnerable communities in their search and rescue training, so much so that a lot of them have gone and been able to help in disasters. We have with us Ms. Sushila Chamoli from the organization, who will tell us briefly about what she does there and what the organization does. And we'll also keep playing a video simultaneously at the back without the music so that we can hear her, because we don't have that much of time right now. So can we just play the video simultaneously? And ma'am, you could continue. Just the video at the background, no music right now.
A warm welcome to all the guests here. And what a presentation. I mean, we do groundwork, and talking about, technology combined with groundwork with respect to disaster management, I think is going to be a world-changing game actually. So at the Himalayan Adventure Institute, led by our director, Mr. S.P. Chamoli, what we do basically is, as you can keep seeing in the video out here, we train government organizations, NGOs, schools, corporates with disaster preparedness, search and rescue, and we train them as in case of any disaster strikes, how they have to actually respond. And we also work very closely with the villagers and the NGOs, because ultimately we have to understand that I think the first responders are people who immediately attend in case of any disaster like an earthquake or a flood or whatever. Now, what happens is, this is a good thing that we are training them. But, I was listening to Deshpande sir, and when he mentioned that I'm standing here and God forbid, any disaster strikes, I don't know what to do, right? And neither of us know what to do. What we're going to do is just run away from this auditorium or take shelter or whatever. But what happens to him, right? And we will understand what happens to him only if we are sensitized. And that's what the main, theme of this entire discussion that we've been having out here, that we need to be sensitized to the people with disabilities and, of course, the elderly, the octogenarian population that we are talking about. And you know what? Sensitization doesn't happen by the rules of the book. At HAI, at the Himalayan Adventure Institute, my role out there is to sensitize the trainers, and the trainers further go and sensitize the participants in terms of, people with disabilities, how we have to react, how we have to kind of, approach them. And how does it really happen? For example, we had done with the Visually Challenge. Of course, it was a great moment that we celebrated the T20 victory of the girls' team. What a wonderful performance. So those girls had come to the Himalayan Adventure Institute, and we had another team from the disaster management, which was the Abda Mitra. So the Abda Mitra were there, and this blind cricket girls team was there, and both of them, we made them play a cricket match together. And that is what true sensitization is. When you're with them, when you spend time, okay, and when you can understand what the challenges are, so that when there's actually a disaster strikes and there's a challenge, you can go and help them, right? So that's what we do at the Himalayan Adventure Institute, sensitization and inclusivity. So, to kind of wrap up the session out here, and being an educator and a trainer, that's my essential role, and a teacher, I think I have a little homework to give each one of you out here, right? And each one of us remember that we can be a change maker. And when we get back home, we are gossiping, we are doing some small talk, but I would urge each one of you to go back home today and think about it. It's a thought that I leave behind with you, that please identify your neighborhood, please identify the elders in your family, please identify people with disabilities around you. Okay, get them together, have a word with them, talk to them, understand the requirements, the challenges, right? So that in case there is any kind of disaster, anytime that happens, like I said, God forbid, it can happen anytime. Just 2 days back, we saw that almost 71% of India is in the seismic zone. I don't know how many of you noticed that thing there, and especially the Himalayan belt, and unfortunately even Dehradun is a part of it now, right? So we really need to be ready with the preparedness. Go home today and discuss with them, because I think education, and of course make them aware about assistive technology as well, right? So that they are ever ready, to face challenges, because that is not the time to think what to do. So I think I see a lot of students and youngsters out here. So go ahead and please be the change makers. Okay, and stay safe and stay strong and do your best. And each one of us, let's do our best to be a change maker out here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Saying something?
Yeah. हर अच्छे काम के लिए सूत्रधार होना चाहिए. भगवान श्री कृष्ण सूत्रधार था. वैसे हमारे कार्यक्रम के लिए अभी हमारा नवीन चमोली सर, give him a big hand of applause for fantastic moderation of the quick session.
Thank you, Rajendra
Very
sir.
good. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now that you've given me the onus, if you have the time, sir. Okay. Can we request Durgesh Pant sir on stage, please, to take this forward from here? And can we have a big round of applause for the real Sutradhar, actually, who's put this all together? I'm told.
Good morning to you all, and we have Shri Rajendra Singh ji, Head of Department and Chairman of NDMA. A round of applause to him. There he is, and then Lieutenant General Sahab, Pahel Sahab, and galaxy of experts, Vice Chancellor of G.V. Pant Agriculture University, and biggest of all, Rajendra sir, because we have been working together with Samarthanam for close to, Rajendra sir, कितना time हो गया होगा हमने इसी university में, close to 10 years back we had one session, one workshop. It was not on assistive technologies that time around, but it was just that starting point of assistive technology. Maybe 10 years back, and it was Hill University probably. It was so. So we have been closely working with the Samarthanam Foundation, Samarthanam Trust. And believe me, Samarthanam Trust is Samarthan. आप ट्रस्ट कर सकते हैं, ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. Hats off to you, to Dr. Mahantesh, to Shailendra, this entire team. Deshpande sir is here. Deshpande sir, you have been as ever phenomenal. And round of applause to the man. कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है आपने ईश्वर को, यूं तो हम इबादत करते हैं, लेकिन जैसे देशपांडे सर देखते हैं, बात करते हैं, और जिस असिस्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी चाहे मुथु सर ने, पूरे इनोवेटर्स ने बनाई हैं, ये कमाल है. और मैनी ए टाइम्स आई हैव सो फेल्ड, आप एक कल्पना कीजिए, एक बार हुआ मेरे साथ, अपना नवीन भाई लिगामेंट रप्चर थे पूरे, और मैं 4th फ्लोर में था एक बिल्डिंग के, और क्वेक आया. The moment that building started shaking और लिफ्ट ने काम करना बंद कर दिया, I did not know how to respond to that situation. It was that bad. अब आप सोचिए, वो तो divinely gifted हैं, visually impaired हैं, but they have a vision better than us, believe me. इनका जो विजन है वो कमाल का है जिस तरह से, and with about close to 15% people with disabilities, PWDs. हम लगातार कोशिश करते हैं राजेंद्र सर की किस तरह से इसको इंटीग्रेट करें. Last year also you would remember one program we had from our side formulated, and this Nehru Institute of Mountaineering, they were so very helpful in terms of developing that curriculum. That was Science of Survival, SOS. Dr. Reema Pant is there. She really helped us in terms of developing it. Kamal ka hai. And that science is about this one. कि सुशीला जी वो जो SOS की जिसकी हम बात करते हैं वो यही है, how to really provide this science and technology innovation. Many a times you talk about it, but unless it really helps people, communities, people at grassroots level, so it is of no consequence. And therefore, hats off to this group of innovators and the way they have come forward. They have really assisted in terms of developing this assistive technologies. Hats off to this entire team. Thank you so very much, Rajan sir.
सर आपके साथ फोटो सर, एक मिनट, आप साथ फोटो, ग्रुप फोटो. Come, everybody come up.
Sir, Pant sir, a bouquet of flowers as a gesture of honor and appreciation to three gentlemen who steered this, not only the session, but the entire mission. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Just mine, yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as a special address session, we have amongst us Sri Rajendra Singh Ji, Honorable Member, National Disaster Management Authority, former Director General, Indian Coast Guard. सर, हमारे लिए गर्व का विषय है कि आप हमारे बीच आज इस स्पेशल एड्रेस और सेशन के लिए उपलब्ध हैं. देवियों और सज्जनों, एक बार जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें माननीय श्री राजेंद्र सिंह जी का, प्रेसिडेंट तटरक्षक मेडल और तटरक्षक मेडल भारत सरकार.
Good morning, everybody. Durgesh Pant ji, Manmohan Chauhan ji, distinguished guests, friends, thank you very much for inviting me to this Devbhoomi, Dehradun. And it's a great honor to be here this morning amongst you. जब किसी ने कहा कि राजेंद्र जी अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं तो अच्छा लगा सुन करके कि एक राजेंद्र जब अच्छा काम करता है तो दूसरे राजेंद्र को अच्छा लगता है. लेकिन पिछले 2 दिन से आप मेरे ख्याल से काफी आपदाओं के बारे में सुन चुके होंगे, महसूस किया होगा कि आपदाएं हैं, हम कहाँ थे, कहाँ हैं और कहाँ हमें पहुंचना है. ये एक हमारा लक्ष्य होना चाहिए कि हम क्या करना चाहते हैं. And this World Summit on Disaster Management, organized by Uttarakhand State Council and Science and Technology in association with PhD chambers, commerce, industry, supported by academia, industry, communities, perfectly embodies the spirit of collective resilience. Resilience is one word which is always considered as bouncing back. उठे खड़े हुए. But I say the bouncing back is old technology, old words. It is now bouncing forward. How well and calmly we respond to any incident if something happens. That is called resilience. The World Summit is indeed a remarkable platform, a global confluence of thought leaders, innovators, and practitioners committed to making the world safer and more resilient. And the topic is the strengthening international cooperation for building resilient communities. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not only a topic. This is a roadmap for Viksit Bharat 2047, which is going to be a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient. I want to take you back to history. 1993, you must have heard the Latur earthquake, 6.8 magnitude, 9,700 people lost their life, 30,000 was injured, and 10 lakh लोगों ने विस्थापितों को शिफ्ट हुआ था. They came to Paradip 99, where more than 10,000 people lost their life and thousands of people were displaced. Then came again to Bhuj earthquake in 2001, where we lost more than 13,000 people and lot of infrastructure was damaged. Then came tsunami, the deadly tsunami, 2004, where more than 10,000 lives we have lost and 6,000 was placed in missing list. This was, I'm talking about era when NDMA was not there. In 2005, when National Disaster Management Authority emerged, came in force, that is the time we started thinking, making about policies, plans, and guidelines. We made our policy in 2009. We made our guidelines. Today, we have prepared almost 38 guidelines on each and every subject and disasters. We are one of those countries who have prepared their disaster management plan. And all today when I'm talking to you people, all the 36 states, they have their disaster management plan ready. States are ready. 753 districts have prepared their disaster management plan. And out of 85 ministries and departments in Government of India, 23 disaster management plan prepared by ministries and we have approved it. That is how our preparations goes. We are well prepared. किसी शायर ने कहा था 2005 से पहले कि आते हैं आने दो कश्ती का खुदा खुद हाफिज. आते हैं आने दो कश्ती का खुदा खुद हाफिज. मुमकिन है उड़ती लहरों में साहिल आ जाए. उस समय लोग किनारों पे बैठ के देखते थे कि अगर उड़ती लहरों में अगर किनारा, साहिल मतलब किनारा आ जाए तो शायद वो गनीमत होती थी कि लोग बच गए. In 2006 and 2007, when NDRF, National Disaster Management Force, Response Force came into existence, we have started educating people, mock drill, teaching people, community interactions, meeting communities people. That time, किसी शायर ने बहुत अच्छा लिखा है, राहत इंदौरी साहब का शेर है, इंदौर के हैं. तूफानों से आंख मिलाओ, सैलाबों पर वार करो. तूफानों से आंख मिलाओ, सैलाबों पर वार करो, मल्लाहों का चक्कर छोड़ो, तैर के दरिया पार करो. That is what we have taught you people. That is what we want in Viksit Bharat. Each and everybody to know what he has to do, what he has to prepare, how he has to prepare his family also. And today, when 15th Finance Commission, when NDMA is in full force, when Government of India has allocated 2,28,000 crore rupees for 15th Finance Commission, $30 billion, $9 billion before disasters, and $21 billion after disasters. Means almost 75,000 crore rupees disaster से पहले और 1,71,000 करोड़ डिजास्टर के बाद. अगर हम सब मिल करके काम को 75,000 करोड़ के कामों को मिटिगेट और प्रिपेयरनेस और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में ढंग से खर्च करते हैं, तो मैं समझता हूं कि जो बाकी के 1,71,000 करोड़ हैं उसको हम विकसित भारत के निर्माण में खर्च कर सकते हैं. And we are doing it that. NDMA has launched one scheme called National Cyclone Risk Mitigations Program. It is for almost for 5,000 crore, phase 1 and phase 2, where all the 6,000 kilometer coastline, we have mapped it, we have calculated hazardous vulnerability, and we made around 800 cyclone shelter. Cyclone shelter which can take around 3,000 ladies, children, and old people, men in one cyclone shelter. There's a community kitchen in there. So 800 cyclone shelters were prepared. How to take out people from the villages? We have made around 1,400 kilometer roads to those villages where the transportation was not possible. Then there is a power failure. Almost 1,500 kilometer underground cabling has already been done. And today, see that the last 5 years, if you see, 10 major cyclones has hit India. Today also we are facing one cyclone off Tamil Nadu and Puducherry and Andhra coast, Ditwat. Just 15 days back, we had the Mantha. Before that, Bulbul, so many Bulbul, Amphan, Taute, Biparjoy, you name the cyclone, I can count you the 10 cyclone which has hit India in 5 years' time. But today, the mortality is 0, the death we have achieved is 0. बसीम बरेलवी साहब यहाँ के बरेली के शायर हैं, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा कहा है. मैं कहता हूं कि आते हैं आने दो ये तूफान क्या ले जाएंगे, आते हैं आने दो ये तूफान क्या ले जाएंगे. अरे मैं तो तब डरता अगर मेरा हौसला ले जाते. ये हौसला जो हमने लोगों को दिया है, ये वो हौसला है जो आज हम 0 मृत्यु दर को अचीव कर पाए हैं. That is what we have achieved today. 0 mortality rate. Yesterday I was there in Raipur with the DG's conference. पूरे स्टेट के 36 राज्यों के DGs and Honorable HM and Honorable PM was there. And my presentation was there on disaster management. We have mentioned all these things. So we are doing a lot of things. Only thing required is how to bring people on board. How to reach out to the communities. जब उन जन समुदाय तक कैसे हम पहुंचे, कैसे उनकी बातें करें, कैसे उनकी सुने, कैसे उनकी अर्ली वार्निंग को हम ठीक करें. इसके लिए हमने अर्ली वार्निंग ऐप, सचेत ऐप, आई होप आप सब लोगों ने डाउनलोड किया होगा. नहीं डाउनलोड किया तो डाउनलोड कीजिए सचेत ऐप को. सचेत ऐप 89,000 2023 से लेके अभी तक 89,000 अर्ली वार्निंग मैसेजेस वार्निंग हम इस पे अपलोड कर चुके हैं और करीब 11 लाख करोड़ लोगों ने इन वार्निंग्स को देखा है। अर्ली वार्निंग जब समय पे और सही जगह पे और सही समय पे पहुंचे तो उसका फायदा होता है कि लोग बच जाते हैं। तो बहुत चीजें हमने करी हैं डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर। अभी हमने लैंडस्लाइड मिटिगेशन का प्रोग्राम 1000 करोड़ का लॉन्च किया है। 890 करोड़ का हमने फॉरेस्ट फायर के ऊपर लॉन्च किया। आने वाले टाइम में अगर आप देखेंगे कि हमने बहुत कुछ इन आपदाओं से हम काफी इनको पीछे छोड़ चुके होंगे और हम वर्ल्ड लीडर के कगार पे खड़े होंगे। देखिए, मैं 3 चीजों पे हमेशा फोकस करता हूं। वट एवर थिंग इज देयर कि one should be the people-centric approach. Whatever the governments do, whichever government it is, the national government is center, always keep the people-centric approach in mind. लोगों के लिए इसमें क्या है? To help them, not to harm them. Not to protecting them, not to exposing them to any new vulnerability. हमें नई vulnerability अपने communities के लिए नहीं create करनी है। इस तरह की अगर योजनाएं हम लाएंगे तो शायद हम चाहेंगे कि वो कम्युनिटी को, हमारी जो पीपल है, पीपल सेंट्रिक अप्रोच, उसमें बाधा ना बने। संस्कृत में कहा गया है कि यद्यपि सिद्धम लोकानां विरुद्धम न आचरणीय न करणीय। अगर कुछ योजनाएं वो पॉलिसी के हिसाब से, वो डिमांड के हिसाब से अगर वो सिद्ध हैं, लेकिन अगर वो लोगों के विरुद्ध हैं, उससे मेरी कम्युनिटीज को, उससे मेरे जन समुदाय को आघात पहुंचता है, उनकी वल्नरेबिलिटी उनके लिए पैदा होती है, तो वो ना करने योग्य है और ना उनको करना चाहिए। Second approach is Team India approach. I don't have too much of time, I'll just finish it up. Team India approach is समग्र तैयारी होनी चाहिए। समग्र तैयारी, सबकी तैयारी। उसमें NDRF, we have seen in two years back, we have seen Silkara Tunnel, how successful we have conducted. Everybody take credit for that. But how NDMA was able to bring, coordinate and collaborate with 22 agencies and bring them on one platform and do it. And 17 days operation, 41 workers were taken out. That is what we have, the collaboration and coordination. They are the new essential in disaster management. And my last approach is community-centric approach. Early warning for community. Teach and train them. अगर आप ये कर लेते हो तो मैं समझता हूं कि तीनों अप्रोच हमारी जो है वो सिद्ध हमारी लोगों के साथ काम आती है। अदरवाइज मैं लास्ट एक शेर के साथ खत्म कर रहा हूं। वैसे तो एक भूपेन हजारिका जी ने गाना लिखा था बहुत पहले, करीब 30 साल पहले। उसके एक एक वर्ड आपको सुनना चाहिए और उसको जीवन में उतारना चाहिए। उन्होंने गंगा के ऊपर लिखा था कि विस्तार है अपार, प्रजा दोनों पार, निशब्द सदा वो गंगा तू बहती है क्यों। उसमें एक लाइन है, इतिहास की पुकार करे हुंकार ओ गंगा की धार, निर्मल जन को सबल संग्रामी बनाती नहीं हो क्यों। संग्रामी मतलब योद्धा और समग्रामी इज जो कि ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट, ओवरऑल लीडरशिप क्वालिटीज उसमें। तो गंगा की भी यही पुकार है कि हर आदमी को इस देश में आपदाओं से लड़ने के लिए एक योद्धा की तरह काम करना, उसको ओवरऑल लीडरशिप के रोल में उसको उतरना है। लास्ट में मैं कहता हूं कि हादसों की जद में है तो क्या गम है। जद मतलब होता है लाइन में। हमारा देश हर तरह के आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। कोई भी सीजन हमारे लिए ऐसा नहीं है वी आर सिटिंग कंफर्टेबली एंड वी से कि ओके नाउ आई कैन प्लान माय लीव। नो, Every day there is something. We are in the line of disasters. हाथों की जद में है तो क्या गम है, हौसलों की धूप हर साया बना देती है. हौसलों की धूप, the courage of your, the sunshine of your courage will turn everything into a shelter. अगर आप सीखते हो, देखते हो और करते हो, उस पर अमल करते हो, तो आने वाले टाइम में हम देखेंगे कि आप सब लोग एक आपदाओं के लिए निपुण योद्धा बन सकते हो. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. थैंक यू वेरी मच. गॉड ब्लेस यू ऑल.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a marvelous impromptu amalgamation of thoughts. Sir, we are privileged to have you here amongst us, and that too on such a short notice. You accorded to our invitation. We are really honored. और सर, जिस तरह के आपने बताया कि हमें तैयारी अपनी रखनी होगी और एक कदम, हर कदम आगे बढ़ाने से पहले ये हमें मानना और जानना होगा कि अगला कदम हमारा कितना मजबूत होना चाहिए. मुनीर नियाजी साहब का एक बड़ा ही खूबसूरत शेर सर याद आया, अगर आपकी इजाज़त हो, कि एक नए दरिया का सामना है मुनीर मुझको, एक नए दरिया का सामना है मुनीर मुझको, ये मैंने इस दरिया को पार कर जाना. So that is how we need to be prepared for disaster. Thank you so very much, sir, for gracing us. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is going to be another very, very important plenary session on the subject collaboration for collective safety, crowd management for disaster resilience. And the session partner would be India Foundation. We have among the panelists, we have Shri Abhinav Kumar ji, Additional Director General of Police, Government of Uttarakhand. Rajshekhar Joshi ji, Vice Chairman, Setu Ayog, Government of Uttarakhand. Major General Sudhir Bahal, Lead Consultant, National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. And Shashwat Singh, Senior Fellow, India Foundation. I invite the honorable panel to kindly grace the dais, and I invite Shashwat ji to kindly steer the session. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are expecting Abhinav Kumar ji, Additional Director General of Police, Government of Uttarakhand. Within no time from now, he will be here. I have received the signal that he will be touching the hall within no time. So I request both of you to please grace the dais. Meanwhile, I request the technical team that since we are waiting for Sir, if we can have the Silkiara movie once again.
दिशा में खड़ा है हिमालय, पर्वतों का राजा, देवताओं की आत्मा। और इन पर्वतों के राजा का मुकुट है उत्तराखंड देवभूमि, युक्ति भूमि और ज्ञान भूमि।
विराट पर्वतराज हिमालय अनादिकाल से हमारी आस्था, श्रद्धा और आध्यात्मिक चेतना का केंद्र रहा है। माँ गंगा और यमुना जैसी जीवनदायिनी, मुक्तदायिनी नदियों के साथ साथ अनेक पवित्र नदियों का उद्गम स्थल यही हिमालयी क्षेत्र है। यह पर्वतराज हिमालय न केवल हमारी संस्कृति और जीवन शैली का आधार है, बल्कि आपदा प्रबंधन, जलवायु परिवर्तन और विविध वैज्ञानिक शोध एवं अनुसंधान का भी केंद्र है।
ये सच है कि हिमालय से हम हैं और ये विशाल पर्वतमाला ही हमारा संरक्षक है, लेकिन हिमालय के प्रति हमारी भी जिम्मेदारी है। इसी सोच का प्रतीक है वर्ल्ड समिट ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट।
विश्व का एक बड़ा सम्मेलन है, बड़ा परिवेश है, बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिसमें दुनिया के रिसर्चर्स, वैज्ञानिक संस्थाएं सभी आ रही हैं, जुड़ रही हैं, और आशय ये है कि हम हिमालय में इस तरह का एक प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करें जिससे दुनिया को पूरा का पूरा मैसेज।
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the senior panelist with us. Please welcome Shri Abhinav Kumar ji, Additional Director General of Police, Government of Uttarakhand. Shashwat, you will take care. Yeah, thank you. Sir, on behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of Graphic Fraternity, I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir.
Honorable dignitaries, esteemed speakers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I'm Shashwat Singh, Senior Fellow, India Foundation, which is a New Delhi-based independent research-driven policy think tank that generates ideas to strengthen India's future. On behalf of India Foundation, I'm delighted to welcome you to this plenary session on collective safety, crowd management for disaster resilient, being held in collaboration with the Uttarakhand State Council for Science and Technology. It is therefore both timely and essential that we collectively reflect upon how technology, governance, behavioral insights, and institutional coordination can be aligned to ensure that pilgrimage tourism, which is one of the important aspects of Uttarakhand, and public congregation remain safe, efficient, and dignified experiences. We are deeply honored to have with us today three eminent leaders whose work, vision, and experience have shaped India's discourse on disaster management, safety, and preparedness. To deliver the keynote address, we welcome Shri Rajshekhar Joshi, Honorable Vice Chairman, State Institute for Empowering and Transforming Uttarakhand. His address on crowd safety in the age of complex emergencies will help us understand how governance models must adapt to emerging risks and societal expectations. We are privileged to have Major General Sudhir Bahal, Lead Consultant with the National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India, who will speak on from reactive to proactive preparedness, initiatives and way forward to address crowd safety. His insights will guide us in moving from event response frameworks to systems that anticipate, prevent, and mitigate risk. And finally, we are honored by the presence of Shri Abhinav Kumar, Additional Director General of Police, Government of Uttarakhand, who will deliver a special address on operationalizing safety, policing and coordination during the Char Dham Yatra. His experience at the epicenter of one of the world's most significant annual pilgrimage offers invaluable lessons in coordination, technology-led monitoring, and on-ground decision-making. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today's session reminds us of a simple yet profound truth. Safety is not the responsibility of one agency alone. It is a collective enterprise. It demands situational intelligence, community awareness, institutional readiness, and above all, the will to act in concert. With this, I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you. And I'm confident that the deliberations today will not only enrich our understanding, but also inspire pathways for safer, more resilient public spaces across our country. Thank you, and I invite our keynote speaker, Shri Rajshekhar Joshi, to deliver his address.
Namaskar and a very good morning to all of you. It's indeed my pleasure and privilege to be delivering this keynote address on the topic of complex emergency, crowd safety, in era of complex emergencies. I must thank India Foundation and the Uttarakhand Council of Science and Technology for inviting me. Though the topic is a little, I would say, a little focused one, crowd safety in case of complex emergencies, and I have fellow panelists who have large operational experience of managing these situations. Hence, I would dwell on the topic's totality, and at the same time, on the conceptual part of major public policy trends and how they relate to disaster management. Public policy is undergoing a major transformation. I think before going forward also, I'd like to tell you about Setu Ayog, because many of you may not be really knowing, because a lot of people think it's like something bridge, it constructs bridges and so on and so forth. So Setu stands for State Institute for Empowering and Transforming Uttarakhand. It is modeled on the lines of Niti Ayog at the center. When Prime Minister took charge in 2014, he converted the Planning Commission to Niti Ayog, and he also inspired all the states to convert their planning commissions, who had almost lost the strongest region for their existence of allocation of funds, to something like Niti Ayog bodies. And taking this forward, the government of Uttarakhand, in its visionary step, formed Setu Ayog. So it's a state Niti Ayog, the State Planning Commission, and working in multiple areas, including agriculture, skill development, women empowerment, bringing science and technology to rural areas, strengthening panchayats, and so on and so forth. So multiple projects we're working on, and in partnership with some of India's marquee institutions like Tara Trusts, NASSCOM, Vadvani, National Commission of Women, and so on and so forth. So that's a very brief background. Now going forward, as I said, as far as the public policies are concerned, there is a major paradigm shift happening. One, public policies have to be seen in an ecosystem model. That means that it is not just enough to look at one part of the whole equation, but you have to look at it in totality. The causes, the enabling factors, the driving factors, the impacts, and so on and so forth. And hence, because of the all-round, I will say, evolution, it has to be looked in this way. For example, disaster management. Often disaster management has been seen in the context of rehabilitation and mitigation and addressing the impact. How are you prepared to address disasters? But I think one has to look at the root causes itself. For example, in Uttarakhand, we lost 2 lakh hectares of agricultural land in the last 25 years. Now, when you lose such a huge amount of land, it becomes literally barren or unplanned vegetation. The capacity of the soil to hold water reduces. The runoff increases a lot. In 2 of the districts where we assess the water resources, 45% of the natural water springs have dried up. Now you can say what it has to do with the the flash floods and so on and so forth. But they all contribute, because the capacity of the soil to absorb water reduces. And hence, when there is an event like I think I was in an event day before yesterday at the Raj Bhavan, where General A.K. Singh, the member National Security Advisory Board, I think they all said that so many, he gave a number like around 800 or so, lakes have started getting formed in the upper reaches of Himalayas because of warming. And we saw impact of 1 lake. So these lakes can also, contribute immensely towards disasters. So this is like in making. So what I want to say is that these are the factors which do contribute. So when there are inevitable tipping points for disaster, things like loss of vegetation, loss of water spring sources, they aggravate the disaster in a significant way. And of course, construction zone regulations issues and so on and so forth. So what I wanted to say was the disaster has to be seen in a holistic way. It's not just enough to be prepared to address the impact of disaster. One has to do a very deep ecosystem planning with a sense of mission. So that is one part. The second is technology and collaboration. I think these are two very, very important points which do impact. And both have a significant meaning. We all might say, oh, nothing new about it. But I think one has to really imbibe that this technology has progressed immensely. Collaboration is the only way. The state necessarily may not have all the capacity, resources, ability, thinking, people to address the challenges of modern development. You need collaboration. You need a mindset to collaborate. It does not come easy to most people, especially I would say to the government. The governments are not used to collaborate. The government departments are not attuned to collaborate effectively. But these are very, very important things for 21st century. So as I said, ecosystem view of policies, which definitely I gave an example of disaster management, and there are many others. The second is technology and collaboration. And the third, and I think the most important thing, if you have to really make an impact, is strategic intent and will. If the strategic intent and will is not there, we will not see impact of many of these things. We might have lots of deliberations and conferences and exchanges, but the strategic intent and will is extremely important. I was with one of the very leading figures recently who had just come from abroad. And he was startled, and I would say there's no, and actually it's true because people like us who have traveled the world, and we clearly see the huge developments happening outside India. We are completely obvious to strategic challenges facing India, which also happened recently when we had the moment of unplanned tariffs and so on and so forth. So anyway, and Government of India, I must say, is very conscious of this fact, and that's why many decisions are being taken. How do we go to the next wave of development? Because strategic intent and will has become extremely important. We are growing. We had a very fantastic growth in the last quarter and so on and so forth. But if we have to sustain this materially and to be a very strong nation where security is not just about military security, but about social and economic aspects are extremely important to security. We have to bring strategic intent and will into a policy discourse. So that was a major trend of change in public policy management. Now, it may not be very, very directly related to crowd safety and you can say and public and emergencies. But the fact is that this is the ecosystem and umbrella we all live in. Hence, we cannot deny the fact that if we do not bring these elements into any kind of policy planning, which I said was ecosystem view, technology and collaboration, and third is strategic intent and will, many of these things we will continue to see increasing disasters and increasingly our ability constraint. Now coming to the key topic of today, that is complex emergency and crowd safety. It has two operative words, complex emergency and crowd safety. Complex emergency because emergencies do happen. They get, when we say complexity, it means that it often gets accentuated by social behavior, and human psychology. That is what increases the complexity which is there. And there are many ways, of course, when it comes to crowd safety, complex emergencies type, whether it is an earthquake or whether it is flood. I mean, I think as there was a recent study also, the whole Himalayan belt earthquake levels have been increased now. So it was done, the study got recently done a few days back, that we are sitting literally on an earthquake. We had no earthquake for the last 200 years in Himalayas, in this part of the Himalayas. So these are the kind of events. And of course, when it comes to crowd safety, there are crowd events, whether it is concerts, whether religious festivals, whether it is sports events and so on and so forth, where a lot of crowds do impact and you have to manage that. So there are two kinds of ways to look at it. And in these kind of emergencies, of course, there are ways, in different kind of crowds are there, you have different techniques, whether it's a sport festival, you do in a different way, a religious festival, there are different protocols. So those are the technicalities I won't go into. I have far more esteemed and experienced speakers to talk about it. But I would say the thing which is the biggest trend is how you use technology and risk assessment. There are clearly algorithmic models today. There are clearly risk assessment strategies today. It is no longer just the old way of doing things and slightly improving on that. You know, I was in a major sport event in Bombay recently in Brabant Stadium, and I knew the person who was managing the crowd safety. They had used algorithmic models that how the crowds will move. So those are the kind of things which are very important trends today. As we know, technology and artificial intelligence is impacting every part of life. And many of us are actually not so much aware of how much impact it's making and going to make. Enormous. I've been in the forefront of AI, so I understand and I know it very well. So I think those are the kind of uses, how you use algorithmic modeling, how do you risk assessment, how you use AI, predictive modeling, how do you use, movement of crowds and behave according to the kind of behavior it is there. So I think those are the important trends which are there. And of course, apart from traditional ways of managing, considering that the crowds are enormous today, tipping points come quite easily, disasters have become multiple, you have large number of people, you have natural calamities, and so on and so forth. So we need to use technology and collaboration in a greater way. That would be my key message and key point today. And I really look forward to the views of my fellow panelists in the sessions ahead. And I'm certain that you had a very, very useful and productive events. And I hope that as we start this particular session, this would also be something which we'll all be learning and find benefit out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. You rightly said that technology and collaboration should be the way forward. Now I invite Major General Sudhir Bahal, a lead consultant, NDMA, Government of India, for his special address.
Very good afternoon to the dignitaries here, my fellow panelists, colleagues, and especially the students here, the future of India. So my presentation today and my talk is going to be focused on crowd safety and how we need to, are planning to shift from reactive response to proactive preparedness. It has something for policymakers at the apex level, practitioners like me, and also for the community and students who are likely and who may be affected by these themselves. Right, to put the perspective on the reason why this subject has been chosen, and I want to compliment the organizers for choosing it. There are a few incidents that I will take you back to. The first was, when we lost almost 1,000 lives during the Mahakumbh Mela on Mani Amavasya Day in a stampede at, again, Prayagraj. This will jog some memories. Sorry. Thereafter, if you come to 2005, good almost 50 years later, we still had another major stampede where we lost 340 people at Maharashtra in annual pilgrimage over there. The reason, steep slope, single exit, slippery, raining, right? There was a fire, a rumor. There was then, in 2008, the Chamunda Devi stampede in Jodhpur, Rajasthan, triggered by rumors of a bomb and a wall collapse. And then, in 2008, again, the Naina Devi stampede in Himachal Pradesh, where we lost close to 200 lives. And this legacy, this history, this unfortunate trend carries on again on the Mani Amavasya Day in Mahakumbh, again in Prayagraj. 54 we lost lives. Again this year, we've lost almost 48 people and more than 100 injured. So this just brings to fore one major observation, and that is we've been losing people in stampedes, in crowd-related emergencies since the country became independent, and more than 3,000 people since 1995 itself. In 2025 alone, there have been 4 major incidents. In addition to Prayagraj, we've had this incident in Haridwar, a stampede on the railway station, and also during the Royal Challengers Victory Parade at Chinnaswamy Stadium. Pattern similar. And what is important is these incidents are preventable. They are man-made, they are predictable, yet they're happening. The Disaster Management Act of 2005, amended in 2025, has actually given us a roadmap as to what we should be doing in terms of shifting from reactiveness to proactive preparedness. How should we do it? What needs to be done is therefore the challenge before us. My talk today, I'll be covering 4 aspects as shown. So first, very importantly, we need to understand why do stampedes happen. And if as a disaster management practitioner, as a person who's coordinating these events or organizing these events, if you don't understand this, or as a policymaker or as an administrator, we will go wrong. And there are a few, basic things. The first thing is a crowd, it loses its sense of identity. When you are an individual, you behave in a responsible manner, in a, predictable manner. But the moment the number increases beyond 5,000, you cease to behave as an individual. There is what is called the crowd mentality that sets in. Anxiety, panic, rumors, all these things amplify in a crowd, people tend to imitate and follow others rather than using their own logic and decision making. And worse, the authority that exists, there is a vacuum that is created. And local, few individuals in the crowd probably assume authority and people follow them blindly. Now, this is a little technical, but let me just simplify it. In a crowd, 4 things are important. And if any of these 4 things is controlled, you will not have a stampede. The first is, force. And force happens when a large number of people are congregated together in a particular space. And what happens if too many people are together, you can imagine 3 to 5 times your body weight kind of pressure comes on an individual. Second is information or lack of information or wrong information, rumors, misinformation, an untoward incident like wall collapse, electric short circuit, a fire, a landslide. Any of these things can trigger this information or misinformation leading to panic. Adequate or inadequate space wherein exits are limited, people have only one way to go, and lastly, time. There is a large number of people wanting to do a particular thing or wanting to access a particular point. If the flow is not fast enough, you are going to have problems. So these are the 4 issues that need to be taken care of when you are managing an event. And if you can take care of at least one of them, ensure they're not there, you will not have a stampede. Second thing for us to understand is, we are talking of AI monitoring and issues like that. Yes, very important. But from the moment an alert or a misinformation or panic situation sets in, it is only 60 seconds you have to control the situation. And if you do not do that in the next 60 seconds, you will have a stampede. And deaths and injuries start taking place after 60 seconds. Now, this is an experience, of an individual, and why do deaths happen? I'll just read it out. I couldn't see anything except the head of the person in front of me, but all of a sudden, they were shouting and the crowd started pushing. I resisted, but it was like a powerful wave. The ground was slippery, people started falling. I fell and people fell on me. The air went out of me in one shot. I thought my chest would be crushed. I could not breathe and thought I would die. This is how deaths take place in stampedes. And it's important to remember that if such a person is given CPR, medical attention, in the immediate next 4 or 5 minutes, there are chances of saving lives. So this is understanding crowds, what disasters, why do stampedes happen, what are the gaps and lessons that we at NDMA during analysis have come to conclusion. So there are India-specific vulnerabilities, religious fervor and compressed timing. Mani Amavasya, plus there was a Triveni Yoga. Everyone is wanting to have a bath over there. Crowding, 3 times what we had anticipated. Compressed time frames, fervor. Difficult terrain, hills, mountains, old and poor infrastructure. These shrines are so old, many of them created, hundreds of years ago in some cases. Now you're looking at millions of people going there. Shrine on top of narrow hill, narrow path. How do you increase the space for all these people to go? And many other aspects which you will see. I'll just go over the 2 or 3 disasters which have happened recently. So Hathras stampede in 2024, 121 lives lost. What happened? Permitted 80,000, people present 3 lakh. The religious leaders suddenly started moving towards the exit and everyone moved towards him, single point exit, right? Complete systemic failure was there. in this case. Organizational failures, no capacity verification, no real-time monitoring. We are talking of CCTV, drones, AI models today, nothing existed. No barriers, no crowd, and absence of authority. There was no senior officers present there. Prayagraj 2025, good preparation. There was a mock drill conducted, all departments had synergized, everything was in place. But again, what happened? Mani Amavasya, what you had anticipated, the number that came was much more, right? And more than 50% forecast error. There was some issues of exits being closed, barricades collapsing, led to the deaths. Haridwar 2025, there was a false rumor of electric fire, PA system not functional, people were not able to, were not informed what is actually happening, no medical, lack of medical personnel present there. Again, all 100% preventable. So what is the lesson, in this, critical lessons, that repeated stampedes are taking place, identical causes are there, we need to take action on these aspects. Most of the deaths are due to asphyxia. Now, two non-negotiable dimensions that emerge are, firstly, that you need to have structural readiness, which was there in Prayagraj. And if you are able to take care of this, 80% of your stampedes will not take place. And thereafter, balance 20% can still take place. You need to be ready in terms of emergency preparedness. In Haridwar, we did not have communications, in place, right? So in that case, if you have communications, readiness, medical teams, etc. in place, people deployed, you will be able to take care of 90% of the balance 20%. So approximately 98% of hazards can be taken care of if you concentrate on these two aspects. These are the gaps and lessons that we have learned. 7 critical gaps. Please go over them. I have spoken about them. And out of this, emergency preparedness and especially medical preparedness is the weakest. Venue assessment, compliance, something which has to be done beforehand, unified command structure. What are the ongoing initiatives and progress in this respect? Okay, so many of my young friends will not know about NDMA. NDMA is an apex organization. And we are the ones who make the policy, support mitigation projects, etc. And to this extent, we are focused on response being operationalized by a whole of the government approach, which my fellow panelists before me very eminently, very eloquently spoke about. And remember that in no other endeavor, except war with the enemy country or fighting a disaster, do we have this whole of the government approach necessary. See the large number of departments, the armed forces, the NDRF, Central Armed Police Forces, volunteers, early warning and technical, all these have to be integrated together to function, right? So NDMA is focused on that, for which we've got, set up a proper framework. To start with, there are proper guidelines, which the members spoke about earlier, and in this, we have specific guidelines for crowd management, and these are being updated again now in view of what has happened lately. Capacity planning, risk assessment, medical preparedness, communication standards, all these exist. The problem is execution. So, which is the first execution part that we need to look at is venue risk profiling. So you have Hathras, you have Mahakumbh, you have Char Dham Yatras, you have so many other, events where more than 50,000 people are there, congregating annually, right? On particular days, you need to risk profile them as to why, what are the risks in these areas for a crowd-related stampede and what can trigger them. So this is the first step. And for this, the NDM has encouraged the states, and we are initially looking at gatherings where more than 5 lakh people come in. The other NDMA initiatives is mock exercises to fine-tune and validate arrangements. We are conducting annual mock exercises for Amarnath Ji and Char Dham Yatra, which I myself conduct. And in Char Dham Yatra, we pioneered these mock exercises 3 years back, which was first exercise was conducted by me only. And this has had salutary effects. So this is something we are looking at. We are also conduct event-based mock exercises like we did for Mahakumbh in Prayagraj. And we provide guidance. We also encourage states to do this with our guidance. The other initiatives, of course, after the incident, you must learn from your mistakes. So we are looking at incident review and remedial measures and sharing best practices. And at the heart of it all is you and me, the community. Unless we are empowered, we are aware what is required to be done, this is not going to bear fruit. So awareness campaigns are being conducted. And we have trained volunteers called the Abda Mitras, 1 lakh initially in phase 1 and 2,40,000 more are being trained now, who are going to be available in each district, in each locality, and will be amongst the students over here, NCC cadets, NSS volunteers, NYKS volunteers, etc., to assist in these kinds of scenarios. Technology is at the root of it all, which binds everything together. So, my previous speaker spoke about it, and when we talk of technology, there's so much that can be done. Besides CCTVs, drones, the inputs that are coming in being monitored through AI-driven software, crowd density apps, using GIS, RFID tags being used very successfully in Amarnath Yatra. We have recommended Char Dham Yatra should also incorporate these and databases, but there are gaps and these need to be addressed. What is the way forward? I'll take another 3 minutes and finish. So firstly, a vision for India, and that vision is crowd safe India. Viksit Bharat and this vision go hand in hand. If we do not have crowd safety, we have disasters like this, it is going to impact our development. It is going to impact our image. It is going to impact development projects that are going to come into that area in that state, right? The second part of this vision is, of course, we need to have specific targets in place. And the first most important targets is all venues where you think disasters can take place. Whether it's music concerts, whether it's sporting events, whether it's religious yatras, you need to have these venues audited and certified, 100% PA system, drone and CTT covered, and adequate capacities. National level, the agenda which the NDMA wants to push is immediately we need to revise and update guidelines, which is in progress, right? We need to develop mandatory standards, strengthen communities, and fund technology integration. This funding technology integration, the states have a very important role to play. If you put in projects for technology integration into various events, it is the NDMA who will be able to fund these projects. And of course, in the medium term, it is desirable the technology be strengthened and legislation also be strengthened. At the state level and the district level, this is the cutting edge. NDMA, national level, we can only guide, provide support. This is the cutting edge. So we need to take action on all the points that we listed in the national agenda, wherein identifying venues and risk assessment of these venues is the most important, coupled with unified command structures in place. Now, there are certain critical success factors which we have identified, and it's more or less a summary of what I've been talking till now. Please remember, if even one of these is missing, then the system weakens. I think we in Uttarakhand have done so much towards disaster preparedness. We should also be taking lead in this and implement all these aspects so that we are a role model for the rest of the country. Suggested roadmap for districts, 4 simple steps and assessment, initial quick wins which we need to do for all venues is PA, inspect barriers, CCTV, and ensure that you're ready for the next event by having mock exercise, validating plans, ensuring authority is there, etc. To conclude, I will highlight 2 things. First is we are to shift from reactive to proactive prevention, right? From force-based to science and technology-based, and from siloed approach to unified coordinated approach, which the previous speaker also spoke about. And from the incident learnings, it's important that we need to work both on prevention and response readiness. If you're able to do this through the vision and the methodology outlined, we will be able to ensure 98% of disasters related to crowd safety are taken care of. So together, let's pledge today that all of us, in whatever capacity we are, we ensure that no one dies in a preventable stampede. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I'm really sorry because governor security has come in, so we need to conclude a bit quickly. Abhinav sir, I request you to share your address, and I'm really sorry for making this request. Sir, 10 minutes.
The distinguished speakers on the dais, Sri Joshi and General Bahl, who spoke before me, Sri Anil Joshi ji, who I have always regarded as a sort of a Dronacharya to my Eklavya on all matters concerning the environmental fragility of Uttarakhand, Durgesh Panji, students of Graphic Era, delegates to this World Summit on Disaster Management 2025, ladies and gentlemen. The topic of my intervention is operationalizing collective security, especially with reference to the Char Dham Yatra. I just want to give you a little bit of historical perspective about the Char Dham Yatra, even in the short span of 25 years since the creation of Uttarakhand. When I joined Dehradun as a young ASP in '99, just shortly before the creation of Uttarakhand, the Char Dham Yatra attracted about 3 to 4 lakh pilgrims each year. And just this year, when we concluded the Char Dham Yatra on 23rd of November, when the Kapat of Badrinath Ji shrine were closed, we did 51 lakhs. So just in the space of 25 years, the volume of pilgrims, and this is, mind you, the number of registered pilgrims. Bear in mind that while we try our best to capture the maximum number of outside pilgrims, these numbers do not capture the very high number of local pilgrims from within Uttarakhand. So you can safely assume that this 51 lakhs, which is the official figure, could well be 60 or 65 lakhs. So this is, given this quantum of traffic, we must understand the challenges of organizing the Char Dham Yatra. It is, of course, it's not a new practice. The Char Dham Yatra is perhaps has been going on in some form or the other since the time of Adi Shankaracharya ji. But especially since the creation of Uttarakhand and with the strengthening of the national highway network in the state, this has created both the capacity and the volume to meet that additional capacity in the last 25 years. For us in the police, of course, local stampedes, traffic jams, natural disasters, and of course, accidents, man-made disasters such as road accidents and all, these are all part and parcel of the different challenges that we face in organizing a safe,
hassle-free Chardham Yatra each year. Bear in mind, there are various stakeholders of this Chardham Yatra. First and foremost, of course, are the pilgrims who come from all corners of the country. The second very important stakeholders are the local citizens of Uttarakhand, of the Garhwal region along the way. The entire Yatra route is approximately 700 kilometers. Most of it is in the mountains. And along with those citizens, there are huge number of people whose livelihoods depend on the seasonal traffic for about 6 months or so that this Chardham Yatra generates. And last but not the least are the actual 4 shrines, Yamunotri, Gangotri, Kedarnath and Badrinath, where we have a large number of traditional priests who have been traditionally been conducting prayers for the visiting pilgrims for centuries, generations upon generations. And as well as now, of course, the large ecosystem of dharamshalas, lodges, hotels that have come up to cater to this volume of traffic. So when planning for a safe Chardham Yatra, all these stakeholders have to be kept in mind. And you'll appreciate that they all have, although a certain common purpose, but slightly divergent interests. The pilgrims, they want to conduct their yatra, of course, as safely and as quickly as possible. For people along the highway, along the yatra route, whose livelihoods depend on the yatra, their interest lies in prolonging the yatra. I mean, and for the priests at the shrines itself and all the service providers of various facilities at the shrines themselves, again, their interest lies in, having as many pilgrims stay overnight to conduct various rituals for as long as possible. Now, all these are slightly, contradictory sort of interests that we in the police have to manage, because, say for instance, in the case of Kedarnath ji, like I know from my experiences, IG Garhwal, that the maximum number of pilgrims that we can house safely overnight in Kedarnath Dham is about 10,000. Now, this year alone, in the initial days of the yatra, for the first 25 days, we were seeing an annual footfall of about 25,000, 30,000, 35,000, which was, well over twice the carrying capacity of Kedarnath. Now, it was fine as long as, there was no disturbance because of weather. So fine, we could, the majority of the pilgrims would start early in the morning, reach the shrine by early lunchtime, do the, spend 2-3 hours there for darshan and prayers and so on, and then come back by night. And so, but the moment you get inclement weather, if there's a cloud burst, if there's a landslide on the way, which causes a bottleneck, and we are forced to, keep people more than the carrying capacity of the shrine, we have a problem. We have a problem simply because of the high altitude. At that altitude, not too many people can cope with the physical rigors of spending, an extended period of time there. So you get lots of people with breathing troubles, respiratory problems, as well as cardiac problems. And this has been a recurring feature of managing the yatra, especially in Kedarnath ji. Now, we try and ensure that at the entrance of Rishikesh or at Vikasnagar, which are the 2 traditional entry points if you're going to Yamunotri, or if you're just doing Kedarnath and Badrinath, we try and ensure that people come and get their medical checkup done. But given the traditional, I would say, faith in these yatras, you'll find even elderly people, they say, it's a real challenge to convince them that, for their own safety, they should subject themselves to they say, no, we've come from so far, I've come from Tamil Nadu or I've come from Maharashtra for the yatra, and, I just want to do it. And if the Lord, is calling me, I have no problem. I've witnessed this firsthand. And we are, we are requesting pilgrims, please, it's for your own safety, but it's very, very difficult. So this is the kind of, practical challenges on the ground that we face. Of course, now, you might have read the government is also working on a ropeway project for Kedarnath, which will, of course, make it smoother for elderly pilgrims. But again, we have to be mindful, and I think Joshi sir will sort of second me on this, of the environmental fragility of the areas of the Char Dham Yatra. I mean, all the 4 shrines are located in extremely fragile, ecologically fragile and sensitive zones. And at some point, I mean, I would argue, as not just as a police officer, but also as somebody who has deep attachment and faith in these 4 shrines, that we'll have to seriously think about restricting or putting a cap on numbers. I mean, whether it is based on, like Yamunotri again. Yamunotri is a very small bowl. And you can't have more than 5,000 people there, even if they are tightly packed. More than that, you are asking for a stampede. Similarly, in Kedarnath, like last 2-3 years, we've seen we have queues extending for 2 or 3 kilometers. Now, for elderly pilgrims, standing in a queue for 3 hours at that altitude itself is inviting, a serious health hazard. So, but having said that, I think the way, I mean, I have personally been responsible for conducting the Char Dham Yatra as IG Garhwal, when I was SP Pauri. I was, of course, Srinagar was a key transit point for the Yatra. Okay. So, the master of ceremony tells me that, but having said this, I think in the last 25 years, the government of Uttarakhand and all the departments that are charged with, managing different aspects of the Yatra, we've come a long way in terms of, being better prepared, improving capacity, improving medical facilities, improving the highway network. But we constantly need, engagement and support from the pilgrims themselves to conduct this yatra safely year after year. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. No problem.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we would felicitate our eminent speakers. So may I request Professor Durgesh Pant to kindly do the honors on behalf of India Foundation. So, Shri Rajshekhar Joshi ji. Shri Abhinav Kumar ji. Major General Major General Sudhir Bahal. On behalf of India Foundation, I thank our eminent speakers for taking out their valuable time and enlightening us with their perspectives, experiences, and learnings. I also take this opportunity to thank the Uttarakhand State Council for Science and Technology for collaborating with us. And yeah, I'm also thankful to all the delegates as well as the attendees. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That was a wonderful, rather wonderfully rendered last plenary of this World Summit on Disaster Management. I'm really honored and grateful for the benign presence of the three wonderful speakers. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, within no time from now, we'll be commencing with the valedictory session of this World Summit on Disaster Management. It will be graced by the benign presence of His Excellency, the Governor of Uttarakhand. We will be blessed by the words of wisdom from none other than Dr. Anil Prakash Joshi ji and other dignitaries on the dais. Meanwhile, when we prepare for this stage, I'd like to request all of you to please take your seats. Please take your seats. I request honorable faculty members, staff members, those who are standing outside, please come inside and take your seat. I have received a signal that His Excellency has started. He has started. Within no time from now, he will be reaching us at 1 o'clock by watch. We'll be starting this valedictory. मैं आप सब लोगों से अनुरोध करता हूं, कृपया सभागार में अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. इस 3 दिवसीय समिट का समापन समारोह निश्चित रूप में एक शाश्वत सफलता का प्रतीक है. इन 3 दिनों में हमने 5 कॉन्टिनेंट्स के अलग अलग देशों के अलग अलग स्तर के अलग अलग संस्थानों के अलग अलग इंडस्ट्रीज़ के विश्वविद्यालयों के लोगों को सुना, उनके विचार जाने और उनसे बहुत कुछ सीखने का मौका मिला. We interacted with the practitioners, we interacted with policymakers, we interacted with people of eminence, people from the government, and everybody, those who could contribute to this mission of mitigating the impacts of disaster in Uttarakhand and in the entire Himalayan region. I am grateful to all of you, sir. I'm grateful to each one of us who has contributed to this significant summit. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, I request all science and technology scientist awardees to take their respective seats at a comfortable place because there will be a group photograph with the Honorable Governor of Uttarakhand. I'll be calling you. You have to sit at the, stand at the front of the stage, and His Excellency and other dignitaries will stand on the stage and you'll be photographed. आप अपना किसी एक निश्चित स्थान पे अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. आपको बुलाया जाएगा और बहुत ही छोटे समय में आप सामने असेंबल होंगे. महामहिम के साथ आपका फोटोग्राफ होगा. जितने भी अवार्डीज हैं, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request all of you to please take your seats. Within no time from now, the Honorable Chief Guest of this valedictory session will be amongst us and we'll be starting this session. I request all of you to please be seated. Please either switch off your mobile phones or keep it on flight mode. अपना मोबाइल फोन या तो स्विच ऑफ मोड में कर दें या फिर फ्लाइट मोड में कर दें. कुछ ही पलों में महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय हमारे मध्य उपस्थित होंगे और हम आपका कार्यक्रम, आज का कार्यक्रम शुरू करेंगे. मैं आपसे अनुरोध करता हूं कि कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें.
Check. Hello. Check.
देवियों सज्जनों, इस समिट की एक बहुत बड़ी विशेषता ये रही कि संभवतः एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे इतना बड़ा समागम जिसमें 5 कॉन्टिनेंट्स के लगभग सभी बड़े विश्वविद्यालयों, सभी बड़े संस्थानों, हिंदुस्तान के कोने कोने से आए हुए लोग, उत्तराखंड के सारे 92 ब्लॉक्स से आए हुए लोगों ने इसमें प्रतिभाग किया. A very, very strong representation of almost every nook and corner of the subject dealing with disaster or something nearly related to disaster. Each and everything has been addressed, and let us hope that a further summit of this kind we'll be able to host and hold at the same venue in the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, I request that please take your seats. Put your mobile phones on switched off mode or flight mode. In a short while from now, we are going to start the valedictory session. देवियों और सज्जनों, इस 3 दिवसीय समिट में हमें डिजास्टर, नेचर, वाटर, स्पेस, इन सभी महत्वपूर्ण एजेंसीज और इन एजेंसीज में अपना योगदान देने वाले और काम करने वाले एक्सपर्ट्स, एडवाइजर्स, सीनियर कोलैबोरेटर्स और वर्कर्स का जो सहयोग, जो आशीर्वाद और जो उनका टेक्निकल सपोर्ट प्लस देयर विजनरी नॉलेज दैट हैज बीन शेयर्ड amongst us, that is worth appreciation. And I believe that it is one of its own kind summit that the country has been able to hold at this Devbhoomi of Uttarakhand. Let's clap for the World Summit on Disaster Management 2025. ये हमारा बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य था कि हमारे विश्वविद्यालय की धरती पे इतने विभिन्न तरह के विद्वान, विभिन्न तरह के वैज्ञानिक, साइंटिस्ट, फील्ड वर्कर्स, डेटा वर्कर्स. Yesterday we had power-packed sessions by the representatives of ISRO detailing the importance and relevance of the newly launched project by ISRO called नाइसर, जिसको कि लोग हिंदी में निसार भी कहते हैं, उसका क्या रोल होगा आने वाले समय में. It was quite enlightening and quite powerful session. Water conclave, we had a lot of experts, including the experts from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and of course, Indian Space Research Organization, and we were blessed by their wisdom. Today, as we conclude this, I'm very sure that the audience will be quite enlightened, delighted, and of course, more knowledgeable when we'll walk out of the hall. And I'm very sure that we'll gear up for a more prepared and a more resilient population, because we live in the beautiful laps of Himalayas, but we live in the disaster-prone area. So let's gear up, rather buckle up for the very, very powerful valedictory session graced by His Excellency, the Governor of Uttarakhand, Dr. Anil Prakash Joshi ji, Padma Shri Padma Bhushan, and the man synonymous to water and Himalaya in this world, Sri Rajan Singh ji, an amazing individual who has been taking care of Indian Coast Guards, followed by the NDMA. Sir, we are honored and we are really honored to have you here amongst us. हमने आपका ये छोटा सा भाषण सुना. That was quite learning and thought-provoking. मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि जैसे माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय स्टेज पर पधारें, कृपया खड़े होकर उनके सम्मान में उनका स्वागत करें, और that will be immediately followed by national anthem and the formal opening of the program. Thank you. I request the organizing committee members and the student volunteers to close the exits, the center one. Within no time from now, we'll be having our. He is here on the floor. Please switch off your mobile phones. जो लोग ये पीछे खड़े हैं हॉल में, मैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. जो लोग खड़े हैं वो अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. अपना फोन साइलेंट मोड पे रखें अथवा स्विच ऑफ कर दें. जो लोग हॉल में खड़े हैं मैं उनसे अनुरोध करता हूं कि कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें, बैठ जाएं. माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय कुछ ही क्षणों में हमारे बीच होंगे. देवियों और सज्जनों, इस सभा के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय हमारे मध्य उपस्थित हैं. कृपया अपने स्थान पर खड़े होकर कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें. मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूं, इसका अपडेट मुझे नहीं था. संभवतः 2 मिनट और लगेंगे. कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें. I have received the signal that he is going to grace the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, a standing welcome to His Excellency the Governor of Uttarakhand, the chief guest of this valedictory session. देवियों सज्जनों, कृपया राष्ट्रगान में सम्मिलित हों. गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With your permission, sir, Gajananam Bhutigadadi Sevitam, Kapith Jambu Falacharu Bhakshanam, Uma Sutam Shok Vinashakarakam, Namami Vigneshwara Pada Pankajam. माँ सरस्वती के आशीर्वाद से अभिसिंचित, पुष्पित व पल्लवित विद्या के इस पावन प्रांगण में आज वर्ल्ड समिट ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट 2025 के इस समापन सत्र के माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल गुरमीत सिंह जी एवीएसएम, पीवीएसएम, वीएसएम, यूआईएसएम का हम मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं, हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं। मंचासीन अन्य गणमान्य अतिथिगण, सभागार में उपस्थित देवियों और सज्जनों, विद्यार्थियों और मित्रों, मैं डायरेक्टर जनरल यूकॉस्ट डॉक्टर दुर्गेश पंत जी, जो इस पूरे कार्यक्रम के सूत्रधार हैं, उनसे अनुरोध करता हूं और माननीय प्रोफेसर कमल घनसाला जी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वे कृपया माननीय अतिथिगण का पारंपरिक स्वागत करें। A gesture of honor and welcome to Sri Rajan Singh ji. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Professor Durgesh Pant, Director General, UCOST, to deliver the welcome address and present a brief account on WSDM 2025. Sir. Today's Valedictory's chief guest of this World Summit on Disaster Management and also 20th Uttarakhand States Science and Technology Conference. Lieutenant General, our Governor Gurmeet Singh Ji. Sir, your blessings are always there. Your Ashirwad has been there all through, all along. That is why we have come to this point, to this day, and to this valedictory. It is because of you. It has been truly phenomenal. We are so very glad to have you, and we are so very blessed to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have with us Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Anil Prakash Joshi Ji. He has been all through, he has been a guiding force, and many of you from the world community you are, and it is live streaming also. On the inaugural day, we have a delegation, we had participants from more than 50 countries, from all 5 continents, from almost all the Himalayan states, and from almost all the states of the country. And above all, we have 95 blocks in this beautiful state, that is Devbhoomi, Uttarakhand, and we have representation from all those 95 blocks. So it was, so you can imagine, starting from 5 continents to almost more than 50, 60 countries. The other day, yesterday, Dr. Menon was convening a program, so 14 countries were there online, so many were there. So means participation was there. And from this Indian subcontinent, from Global South, we had representation from Himalayan states and from Uttarakhand. It does mean that we had such a huge participation. I am truly overwhelmed because I never thought in terms of having this kind of response. It was overwhelming, and it was such kind of such a motivation for all of us. So Dr. Anil Joshi, not only in terms of introducing GEP, that is Gross Environment Product, he has done it. So welcome, sir. Then we have Shri Rajendra Singh Ji. NDMA happens to be our apex body with regard to Disaster Management Authority, that is of the country. So today he is with us. This in a morning sessions he delivered in a plenary lecture. He addressed the gathering, and his commitment to this cause and his presence out here. Welcome to this valedictory, sir. Thank you very much. We have Dr. Kamal Ghansala. Now you can imagine, everybody has witnessed how beautifully this university, this auditorium, because many times Governor Sahab also points out, because the first, this World Disaster Management Congress that was organized in 2023, that time, that was the first program which was held here. That was the first ever program. And look at the beauty and how auspicious this auditorium is. The day it started, that Silkyara incident that got resolved. So it's a very auspicious one. Presence out here itself makes life beautiful. We have Shri Prahlad Adhikari Ji. Prahlad Adhikari Ji is the organizing secretary of this WSDM. For close to a year, relentlessly he has been working. All through, everybody knows. It has been simply phenomenal, the way he worked. So thank you, Adhikari Ji. Organizing Secretary of WSDM. Then we have 20th Uttarakhand States UCOST, this Science and Technology Conference. Its Organizing Secretary, Dr. D.P. Unyal, is also here. We welcome you. We have Vice Chancellor from various universities, Dr. Chauhan from GB Pant Environment University. We have Dr. Rajshekhar Joshi from Vice Chairman Setu Ayog, Dr. Menon, and I'm Vice Chancellor of this university, and delegates from other countries. Everyone from Adelaide, Dr. Chaudhary, and from so many countries at different parts, I welcome you all. So this was the first part. And second one, I have been asked to also brief you about what all happened these 3 days. See,
prior to this one, and the initiation was that we got to trigger. Many people asked me, why are you organizing this? What is the need? Why should Science and Technology Council be organizing this? So my response was, why shouldn't we be talking about Himalayas? Who else will talk about Himalayas? Who else will talk about mountains? Who else will talk about livelihood issues? Who all will, after all, we got to talk about Himalayas. So therefore, the whole idea initiated. We organized 4 pre-events prior to this one. First one was in Delhi, that was 17th of December, sir, and India Habitat, and it was to bring together different organizations. And wonderfully, so many organizations came together. It was 17th of December last year. That was the first pre-summit. Then we had one in, because technology ultimately is paramount. So we had one in the technology capital of the country, that is Bengaluru, in March. Again, it's phenomenal, and that was held in this Jawaharlal Nehru Center of Advanced Sciences, and Professor C.N.R. Rao's presence, and this thing, so it was again great. It means blessings were there, those divine grace was there, yes. And the third one, we thought, why shouldn't this financial capital, these tools are very, very imperative with regard to this thing. So this thing got organized in Bombay's World Trade Center. And again, it was quite a success. And the last one was held at INSA, Delhi, last month only. Again, very, very phenomenal. IIT's Dr. Anil Gupta organized the whole thing. Again, a great success. We also wanted to organize a few in Northeast, other parts. So their support was there. Vice Chancellor of few universities were there. From Silchar, Assam, they were all here with us. So means we have overwhelming support. We also wanted to organize a few outside the country. We could not because of monsoons and this. But ultimately, the whole thing galvanized into coming to this point. That was 28th, 29th, and 30th. Why 28th? Again, because we have reiterated many times. It so happened that 41, those miners, our brothers, they got stranded in a tunnel. On this 28th November, they all got out unhurt after 17 days. So to mark that occasion, and Uttarakhand's, all the more we say, this was our Silkyara Triumph Day. And very rightly, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, because his blessings, those are there with us all through. And he has declared 28th November as the Silkyara Triumph Day already. It has again been a great success of this program. And sir, we had so many sessions, and if to give a brief to this, I'll just read out briefly. Please indicate if the time is 5 minutes. Yes, because this, 2 minutes, I'll summarize. This was conducted over 3 days, sir, and bringing together global expert, more than 150 speakers were there. And these are not that kind of data fuzzing this. They were all there. In fact, we were expecting about 800, 900, but it was close to 1500 plus every day. So we could not believe it. It was like this. And it was spontaneous. From India abroad, more than 200 plus papers, and especially WSDM was there. And then again, this 20th Science Technology Conference was there, more than 200. So they all participated, paper presentation to this thing. Yesterday, there was as many as 26 parallel sessions were going on, and also plenary sessions were going on. It is unbelievable. I believe this was possibly one of the biggest ever science and technology summit that ever happened out here in this part of the country. And God's grace, there were hiccups, there were many issues, but ultimately somehow we sailed through. 8 plenary sessions were organized, and a very, very powerful session on Nari Shakti, armed forces. And today we had one for inclusivity, Samarthanams was there, for India Foundations was there, and AI-driven to ISROs, to name any organization, and it was there. So educator summit to 10 different technical sessions were there. One very important that I would like to highlight, first time ever, we organize this on the lines of IPL, a Premier League of Science and Technology for students. So there were 13 teams, they contested, those 13 teams. and the theme was DRR, Climate Change Action. So Rajendra Kumar sir, this DRR volunteers, you will out here in Uttarakhand, 10,000, these DRR volunteers we will have. And finally 3 team, they were finally selected. So you also going to, because today we will be giving away prizes. So this Premier League was organized, and on these lines, there were sessions on very special sessions on women, on armed forces, on water education. There was a water conclave. And then we have on IPR, on this patents to this thing, all on disaster. So overall, for 3 days, it must have been very, that kind of a unique experience for all of you. If you are in agreement with the kind of experience, the kind of exposure, the kind of, those memories you will be taking from this place, you can say, how did you like it? Overall experience was. It was. So, sir, it has been from our side, but our pledges for resilience, and we will take it forward every time around. Many people, they have already left because it was a 3-day event. So last night and this morning, they have already left for their destinations. But we will take the momentum forward. It is not that kind of an isolated event that we are doing for 3 days. We will take it forward, and post this WSDM, we will have several sessions, and for sure we will make the world, this place, and India a better place and more resilient. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful brief. Now I'd like to invite you once again for the declaration of the Dehradun statement of WSDM 2025. Sir. We have come up with the Dehradun statement 2025, sir, with your permission. This preamble is, this World Summit for Disaster Management 2025 brought together leaders, scientists, innovators, community representatives, institutions from across India and the world to the gateway of Himalayas, a region where nature, culture, human aspiration coverage, reminding us of our shared responsibility to protect lives, ecosystems, and communities in the face of accelerating climate and disaster-related challenges. Asti Uttarashyam Disi Devatma Himalayo Nam Nagadhiraja Purva Aparotoine Divigaya Stitah Prithivyaha Evmandanda, that Himalayas are, guided by the spirit of collaboration and the principle that collective resilience in the foundation of global safety. The participants of WSDM 2025 affirm their commitment to advancing cooperation, knowledge sharing, technological innovations, community empowerment for a safer and more sustainable future. Recognition. Organizing Secretary will read out.
This summit acknowledges the growing frequency and complexity of natural hazards and human-induced disasters, ranging from extreme weather events, glacial lake outbursts, floods, and forest fires to emerging public health emergencies. The role of international cooperation, scientific research, technological advancement, and shared governance in reducing disaster risk and strengthening preparedness. The importance of community voices and experiences and traditional knowledge that are indispensable for designing meaningful resilience strategies. The contribution of the global scientific community, academic institutions, private sector, social organizations, and youth in building an ecosystem of innovation to address present and future disaster challenges. The World Summit emphasizes that resilient communities are the locus of resilient nations, and that global partnership must be amplified to effectively address these shared vulnerabilities. I now request Professor Pant to read out action items.
There are a few action items that we will be sharing on the website. I am reading the last one, that is integrating policy, governance, and multi-level collaboration. The summit affirms
the need to mainstream disaster risk reduction into all sectors: education, infrastructure, energy, health, technology, and governance. Promote regional models such as IIR model, Sikkim model, and the Silkyara framework, and other best practices that demonstrate effective local governance for resilience. Invest in institutional capacity, training, research centers, and multi-stakeholder platforms for sustained engagement. Strengthen responsible financing mechanisms, including corporate sustainability, CSR participation, and disaster risk financial instruments. Closing statement. In witness, therefore, the participants, organizers, and global partners of this World Summit for Disaster Management 2025 affirm their collective pledge to work towards a safer, more resilient, and more sustainable world. With renewed commitment to solidarity, cooperation, and shared responsibility, we dedicate our efforts to protecting communities, strengthening ecosystems, advancing scientific innovation, and fostering global partnerships, thereby contributing to a future where no community is left behind in the face of disasters. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I'd like to request the technical team. Can we have a film on this World Summit on Disaster Management, please? Thank you so much, team. This is my present duty now to invite on stage Dr. Anil Prakash Joshi ji, Padma Shri Padma Bhushan, founder of HESCO, a man synonym for Himalaya environment ecology. Sir, for your blessings and words of wisdom.
माननीय मान्यवर राज्यपाल जी, आप सबके साथ रहते हैं, सब मुद्दों में रहते हैं। ये हमारा बड़ा सौभाग्य है कि आप इस राज्य के में एक ऐसी भूमिका में हैं, सभी कार्यों में आपका आशीर्वाद सबको रहता है। आप मेरा प्रणाम स्वीकार करें। And I cannot shy away thanking Dr. Durgesh Pant, and everybody must clap for him. The reason is very obvious. I know for the last 2 years, 3 years, he has always been talking disaster. He is very much concerned about. So I think, despite of all odds and disastrous circumstances, he was able to organize. Because the disaster is definitely needed. It has to be disastrous circumstances to organize such gathering. I just would like to point out a couple of things, and that number one, climate and change in the global warming, which is now repeatedly been mentioned, and also we have been mentioning, telling people, scientific world also support the same. The climate change, global warming is the major reason behind repeated disaster in the state and elsewhere in the world too. But to me that climate change, global warming have earlier been also, if you look into the history of Earth, that has been, it is a nature reaction, is rather more appropriate, because unless we define it, it is our way of life, behavior with the nature. It is reaction of this nature that we really need to understand. And एक बात बड़ी साफ है, ये सबके मतलब का विषय है। अगर आपको लगता है कि आप किसी कोने में बैठे हैं देश और दुनिया के और आप सुरक्षित हैं, तो भूल जाइए, क्योंकि कहां किस पर कब प्रकृति की गाज गिरेगी वो तो आप जानते हैं। हिमालय को लेकर के सब चिंतित थे। Whenever we have a disaster, मीडिया बिल्कुल खतरनाक तरीके से हिमालय ये हुआ, लेकिन इस बार बाढ़ नीचे तक आ गई और पंजाब, देहरादून और देश के अन्य कोनों ने भी इस बाढ़ को झेला है। तो कम से कम एक बात तो बड़ी समझ में आ गई कि अब स्वीकार कर लीजिए, आप कहीं भी हो, कैसे भी हो, आप इसका हिस्सा है, और अगर नहीं भी है सीधे तो आप होने वाले हैं. How the high time is to define a disaster. What do you want to comment on Delhi's polluted air? How can you escape in that? So is that not a disaster with the slow poison that we are inhaling? It's a truth. And so is the case of a water, the polluted water that we take. So it is all part of it. So you cannot survive. If you disagree that you are not a part of it, please, for God's sake, we are all, everyone is a part of now. If anything, curse that we'll have to face, the ire of nature, everyone will have to suffer. That's all very true picture that need to understand. To me, materially and mentally, both disaster need to be understood. Our behavior, materialistic life that we have, and mentally we are how much prepared about. And everyone, as I said, everybody is important. Everybody's concern is this. Cannot deny. You may prevent a disaster by consuming less and less. So that way you are a part of what is all happening in Himalayas and elsewhere. So that's materially and mentally you have to be the part, and you have your future children ahead whom for you are supposed to make a very healthy environment. So you cannot deny everyone is part of it. And unfortunately, nature is something which we now no more we can predict. मौसम विभाग भी फेल हो गया और देश में हो गया. अबे आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि चेन्नई और अंडमान बारिश को झेला आखिरी हफ्ते में. Otherwise it was not a time for the monsoon. And but आपको पता है सितंबर अक्टूबर तक अब की बार मानसून 30-40 दिन आगे चला. अब बताइए आप कहां पे अपने को रखेंगे, और किसी भी कोने में होंगे तो आपको इसमें झेलना ही पड़ेगा. और which I think we should all mentally ready. Development and disaster will go together now. You cannot say one thing. You cannot deny development. It has to be there. And disaster will keep on chasing you all time. So there is a time now, all development verticals, whether it is the construction, infrastructure, settlement, whatever we do, there has to be something, ecology, environment. अभी अविनाश जी बोल रहे थे कि in fragile environment of Himalaya, demand attention of everyone. We say everyone, why? You consume, other than the country consume more of the Himalayas than the Himalayan people. If that is the case, तो आपको जो किसी भी कोने में बैठे हो, मैं आपका बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं दुर्गेश. आपने इन मुद्दों को एक साथ जोड़ने की जो कोशिश की है, और शायद ये आपकी बेहतर समझ है हिमालय के प्रति. और क्योंकि कभी कभी मैं लगता हूं कि हम बहुत अकेले बात करते हैं. नदियों की बात करेंगे तो वो अलग, हवा की बात करेंगे अलग, और तमाम बातों को एक साथ जोड़ के जाके देखने की आवश्यकता है. आप मनुष्य है, यू आर होमो सैपियंस, और आप सीरियल किलर है. जब से होमो सैपियंस इस अर्थ में आया उसने सब साफ कर दिया, सब खत्म कर दिया. जानवर खत्म, पेड़ खत्म, ये खत्म, वो खत्म, अपने लिए. अब आपकी बारी है और नेचर आपको नहीं बख्शने वाला. तो इसलिए शायद एक डेवलपमेंट चाहिए, मना नहीं कर सकते. एंड डिजास्टर फ्री डेवलपमेंट, आई थिंक सारे वर्टिकल डेवलपमेंट के कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रहा हो, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, सेटलमेंट, एनीथिंग दैट यू डू, देयर हैज टू बी समथिंग इन माइंड व्हाइल प्लानिंग. मैं ये समझता हूं कि अब एक और भी बड़ा काम होगा. दुर्गेश, आप बड़े अप्रोप्रिएट पर्सन और इंडिया फाउंडेशन whomsoever are partner in organizing this one. What is the review of the past decade that we had? What we learned out of it? Number one, that's all very important. What is the learning? And in the future disaster, and the currently that we pass through, the current में अभी disaster है, how we did it. And the third, most important, how are we planning the future? I'm quite sure you would have been doing. But the more important to me and my mind is, जो मैं समझता हूँ कि एक रोड मैप ऐसा हो जो लोगों से जुड़ा हो. और सच्ची बात तो ये है मान्यवर, मैं आपके संज्ञान में लेना चाहता हूं, एवरीथिंग हैपन विद इन हाफ एन आवर. अब कौन पहुंचेगा किसे? देखिए, एक बड़ी दुर्भाग्य यह है, शहर उतने बड़े सफर नहीं करते जितने देश के गांव. आप डिजास्टर रिव्यू कर लीजिए,
पिछले 100 साल के कौन सफर किया? गांव सफर किए, गांव ही नदी बनाते हैं, गांव ही जंगल जोड़ते हैं, गांव ही अन्न पैदा करते हैं, वही सबसे बड़े सफरर हैं। तो अभी अगर उन पर कभी कोई आपत्ति आती है, शहर देहरादून में आएगी, दिल्ली में आएगी, आधे घंटे में सब कुछ आ जाएगा, वहां आधे घंटे में सब कुछ बर्बाद हो जाता है। इसलिए कम्युनिटी प्रिपेयर्डनेस हमने सीखा 3 डिजास्टर से, हमने भी काम किया उनमें। हमारे पास कौन सी स्ट्रैटेजी ऐसी हो, रणनीति ऐसी हो, पिछले चाहे वो फ्लैश फ्लड आया हो, भूकंप आया हो, एनीथिंग दैट हैपेंड हमारे साथ, जो कुछ भी हुआ हिमालय के साथ, वो और या देश के अन्य गांवों के साथ, वो एक शिक्षा की आवश्यकता है। और अभी जो प्रपोज किया है दुर्गेश आपने, एक इंटरनेशनल सेंटर और ये हिमालय को लेके, मैं समझता हूं कि हिमालय के पूरे लोग, बात उत्तराखंड की नहीं है, उत्तराखंड लीड कर रहा है, ये बड़ा कॉन्सिडेंस है और बड़ी अच्छी बात है कि दुर्गेश तुम यहाँ पे हो। धामी जी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री बड़े खुद ही सेंसिटिव और इस मामले में बड़े संवेदनशील है और माननीय। मैंने आपके लिए जो सब कहा, सबके साथ, सबके लिए, सभी मुद्दों में ऐसे कोइंसिडेंस जब होते हैं तो कहीं ना कुछ रचा जाता है, कुछ सामने निकल के आता है। तो मैं अंत में यही आप सबसे भी अनुरोध करूंगा, इस बैठक को आप बड़ी सरलता से मात्र ताली पीटने का समागम न मानिए, आप इसे मानिए इस रूप में कि ये आपके आने वाले दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है। धन्यवाद दुर्गेश एक बार और आपको। आप हिमालय क्राउन है तो शायद यहां से बड़े संदेश जा पाएंगे। हमारे ही सबसे ज्यादा अनुभव है जो भी आपदाएं आई हैं, इसलिए हम सबसे बेहतर सॉल्यूशन भी देखते हैं। नियम है ये तो कि जो सफर करता है वही सॉल्यूशन भी दे सकता है। तो आपको धन्यवाद, आपने इस तरह का आयोजन किया, मैं आपको भी प्रणाम करता हूं इस तरह के आयोजन के लिए, आप सबको प्रणाम।
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have Sri Rajendra Singh, HOD and member NDMA. He is a recipient of Tatrakshak Medal and later President Tatrakshak Medal. Currently, he is working as an honorable member of NDMA. I invite him for his brief lecture. Thank you.
Honorable Governor of Uttarakhand, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, delegates, scientists, researchers, policymakers, industry leaders, academicians, member of PhD chambers. The World Summit on Disaster Management 2025 is indeed a remarkable platform, a global confluence of thought leaders, innovators, and practitioners committed to making the world safer and resilient. And this type of summits or workshop or conferences, they are like lighthouse. They do not stop the storm, but they guide the ship to the safe harbor. When resilient, we talk about this theme of today's 3 days summit is not only the theme, it is the vision of India, is a vision of 2047, which is prosperous, inclusive, and resilient. आप सबको पता है कि भारत विश्व के 10 सबसे ज्यादा आपदा प्रवण क्षेत्रों में उसका नंबर आता है। विकसित भारत 2047 का विजन, जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन है, वो हमें रिस्पॉन्स से निकाल करके एक तैयार, सक्रिय और सक्षम राष्ट्र की ओर ले जा रहा है। यह दृष्टिकोण माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के 10 पॉइंट एजेंडा और सेंडई फ्रेमवर्क के भावनाओं पर आधारित है। जैसे हम सबको पता है कि भारत का जोखिम परिदृश्य तेजी से बदल रहा है One side, 59% is earthquake-prone area, 12% is flood, that is 40 million hectare area is with the flood, 12.8% area is landslide, 6,000 kilometer coastline is vulnerable to cyclone and tsunami. 144 districts in 15 states, they are fire-prone districts. So there are number of things, and out of 28,000 lakes in Upper Himalayan region, 7,500 lakes which are in the Indian Himalayan region. Out of 7,500, 196 glacial lakes are very, very vulnerable to Himalayan region. NDMA is working on that. We have a program. For everything when we talk, we talk about resilient infrastructure, resilient preparations. In my point, resilient in 5 or 6 points it comes. First, it is resilient risk-informed development. If you are mapping the area, vulnerable areas, if you are conducting the HRVA of that area, that is, will not allow any construction or any job or any work to come there. So we have to become a resilient, risk-informed development agencies that we do not undertake such type of project in area. Second is early warning. We have to become resilient in early warning also. We have launched, NDMA launched one Sachet platform where the 6 or 7 alert generating agencies come on a common alert protocol, and we have given a Sachet app to everybody. I know everybody who have not downloaded this app, please kindly download. It is mandatory for everyone to download this app. You will come to know each and every knowledge about the disaster in area in your locations. From 2023, when this app was launched, 89,000 early warnings was issued, and almost 11 lakh crore people was received. They have received the SMS on this. That's why we could save the people. Remember that cyclone in 1999, where the 13,000 people lost their life, Paradeep, and same magnitude cyclone when it comes today in a Gujarat or East Coast or West Coast, the mortality we have brought down to 0. This is called resilient early warning system. We have built it that also. Third comes to resilient infrastructure. All our main building, the lifelines, the hospitals, the powerhouse, the bridges, the road, the official buildings, it should be resilient infrastructure. India, every year we built around 3% of buildings. Is a government building, is a schools, or if 2047 we are talking about, you are taking 22 years to go. In that contest, if I take, by 2047, 66% of entire India will have a new infrastructure, which will be a disaster-resilient building. So do it now. Fourth is community preparedness. Yes, it is mandatory. We have launched Aapda Mitra scheme, where in 350 districts, we have prepared around 1 lakh volunteers. That is the village volunteers. We have given them the 14 days training kit and the insurance we have provided them. And they are become the first responder, like Professor Anilji said. In 30 minutes, they are the responder, and they have, in last 2 years, they have saved around 78,000 lives. These are the young volunteers, they are saving lives. So we are making community resilient in that aspect also. In the second phase of Aapda Mitra scheme, we have included 240,000 school children. That is school children from Bharat Scout and Guide, NCC, NSS, NN, NYKS. These children will be ready by training has already started. By 2026, October is our target and we'll be able to do it. And third phase will start, which will go to the panchayat level and village level. So we are making community more and more resilient. Now it's come to the financial. भूखे भजन न होए गोपाला. अगर आपको फाइनेंसेस आपके पास नहीं है, you will not be able to dream the resilient infrastructure in community, early warning system and all. And financial 15th Finance Commission has given us the 4 funding window and $30 billion. 2,28,000 crore rupees was allocated. 75,000 crore is available with the state and with NDMA, with the government of India, which is prior to disaster. And 1,71,000 crore rupees is after disaster. If we invest this 75,000 crore rupees in a proper way, as per the guideline, as per the mention of DPR, will be able to save that 1,71,000 crore rupees, which can be used for the Viksit Bharat infrastructure. That's what we are becoming. And tech innovators, that is resilient, we are AI generator, drone, satellite. We are using so many things. Basic aim is whatever we do from the government of India, we always keep it 3 things in mind. Whatever we do, will people-centric approach. We keep that approach in mind. Second is the Team India approach. We have seen in Silkara how we have mustered 22 agencies as one platform. And last is community-centric approach. We have to, until only we don't give information and we don't teach and train our community people, it will not be fruitful. So we have to come together and work together. Thank you very much for inviting me here for this. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, he was former Director General, Indian Coast Guard. Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time for a book release by His Excellency and dignitaries on the dais. The book titled Water Resources of Himalayan Region. This book release will be followed by a small award ceremony. I would like to request the members of the Premier League on Science and Technology, His Excellency, all teams from 95 blocks, they participated. 13 teams reached to the final round, and the first 3 places were bagged by District Rudraprayag team, District Champawat team, and District Pauri team. I would like to invite on stage the 3rd position, the captain of this team, District Rudraprayag team, on this stage. Mohit Kumar, District Rudraprayag team, 3rd position. District Champawat team bags the 2nd prize. The captain of District Champawat team, Yuvraj. And the first position was bagged by District Pauri. I would like to invite the captain of District Pauri team, Mr. Ganesh. Meanwhile, along with the quiz master, Danny Saxena, Disha Bharati College. Meanwhile, I would like to request the Science and Technology awardees to please line up below the stage so that they can have a group photograph. I repeat, the Science and Technology awardee scientists to line up in front of the stage for a group photograph. The Science and Technology Scientist Awards winners, I'd like to request them to please line up below the stage so that we can have a group photograph with His Excellency. Yeah. And now I'm announcing the Innovator of the Year award. The award goes to Mr. Nalin Sharma, UCOST. The Innovator of the Year award, Mr. Nalin Sharma from UCOST, Uttarakhand State Science Council for Science and Technology. Now, the Innovator of the Year award goes to Mr. Nalin Sharma from Uttarakhand State Council for Science and Technology. Thank you, sir. It's a rare honor to introduce our honorable chief guest for today's valedictory function, Lieutenant General Gurmeet Singh Ji, PVSM, UISM, AVSM, VSM, retired, former Deputy Chief of Army Staff. Ladies and gentlemen, General Singh, who is known for his military deftness and proficiency in the Indian Army, is presently honoring the designation of Governor of Uttarakhand. His personality is a combination of bravery, courage, kindness, compassion, simplicity, and honesty. A wonderful amalgamation of simplicity and popularity in his personality. He is an expert in taking tough decisions in his military career, and he has broad-minded, soft in spirit, hearts and thought. He has compassion, love, and affection for all. Ladies and gentlemen, he touches everyone's heart. After becoming the governor of Uttarakhand, the spirit of patriotism and his vision for serving the state has already been felt in his first message. Nation first. His personality and thinking are based on the path laid down by Guru Nanak Dev Ji and Guru Gobind Singh Ji's Sachkhand Vase Nirankar and Nishchay Kar Apni Jeet Karo. Belonging to the most sacred place in Sikh religion, the city of Amritsar, he is the former Deputy Chief of Army Staff. He belongs to a patriot family. His father has served in Indian Army and his elder brother has served in Indian Air Force. He has represented the country on many occasions. He has participated in numerous talks regarding border issues with China, visited to Beijing, Shanghai, and other cities of China for talks. He has visited Pakistan for talks on Siachen and other issues, had extensive tenure of counter-terrorism in Jammu, Kashmir, and Northeast. He is a well-known scholar on defense matters. He has studied defense matters in Jawaharlal Nehru University, National Defense University, Washington, and National Defense University, Taipei, Taiwan. He has been awarded with 4 presidential awards and 2 commendations by Chief of the Army Staff during his nearly 40 years of excellent service in Army. Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Uttam Yudh Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, and Vishisht Seva Medal. Sir, we invite you for your words of wisdoms and blessings.
जय हिंद। सचमुच ऐसा लगता है that everyone who attended these 3 days of deliberation, they were called by the Himalayas. आपको हिमालय ने आपकी आत्मा को यहां देहरादून में इस शुभ कार्य के लिए बुलाया है. It was the Himalayan calling. ये जो 2025 था जहां चल रहा है, इसके अंदर में बहुत ही एक कम्युनिकेशन था ब्रह्मांड की तरफ से, वातावरण की तरफ से, प्रकृति की तरफ से, धरती माता की तरफ से. इस बार क्लाउड बर्स्ट वर डेफिनेटली डिफरेंट. इस बार जो कैस्केडिंग फ्लड्स आए, जो अर्थक्वेक आए, वो बिल्कुल अलग थे. जो धरती माता का टेम्परेचर है, दैट हैज गॉन अप, एंड इट इज नॉट वार्मिंग, इट इज वार्निंग. एंड इन सब चीजों का मंथन हो, चिंतन हो, इसके लिए ये जो ट्रिनिटी, ये जो त्रिशूल, ये जो 3 दिन आप सब ने, पूरे मानवता के परिवार ने, 5000 डेलीगेट 50 देशों ने जो 3 दिन यहां पर चिंतन, मंथन, डेलिब्रेशन, डिस्कशन, रिसर्च, स्टडी किया है, ऐसा लगता है कि हमारी सबकी सांझी आत्मा इस चुनौती, इस डिफिकल्टी, उसका समाधान चाहती है. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है कि ये जो अर्थ है, इसके स्पेलिंग कितने सुंदर हैं. अगर आप अर्थ के स्पेलिंग में से TH निकाल दें तो EAR बनता है, कान बनता है. धरती माता कह रही है कि मुझको सुनो. यू गॉट टू हियर द मदर अर्थ. जोर से ताली बजाइए ताकि धरती माता को भी पता लगे कि आप सुन रहे हैं उसकी बात, ताकि हम सुन सके धरती माता, वातावरण, ब्रह्मांड क्या कह रहा है. व्हाट इज इट टेलिंग अस? आई एम डेफिनेट अबाउट वन थिंग कि जो आपने डिलिब्रेशंस किए हैं, रिकमेंडेशंस दिए हैं, सजेशंस दिए हैं, जो संकल्प लिए हैं, एंड आई एम एक्सीडिंगली हैप्पी. जो परिवार मंथन के बाद में एक स्टेटमेंट लिखता है, इशू करता है, इसका मतलब ये कि ये हमारा संकल्प है, हम ये करेंगे. और ये जो इस साल का वर्ल्ड समिट था, इसका जो त्रिकोण था, उसी ट्रिनिटी का, उसी शिव जी के त्रिशूल का, वो था कि डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का हल क्या है. और उसके 2 रास्ते जो आपने डिस्कस किए, कोऑपरेशन, कलेक्टिवनेस, कम्युनिटी, कोऑपरेटिव, और दूसरा था रिस्क रिडक्शन, रिस्क मिटिगेशन. और क्या करें अगर हम ये 2025 का, अगर हम इस सिग्नल को नहीं समझे, अगर हम जो क्लाउड बस्टो ने कलेक्टिव आवाज दी, हम तो हैरान थे कि देहरादून में इतने सालों के बाद में क्लाउड बस्ट हुआ है. ये वार्निंग है. एंड आई एम डेफिनेट, जो कार्य आपने किया है, जो संकल्प आपने लिया है, जो स्टेटमेंट आपने इशू किया है, मुझे बहुत खुशी है. कभी कभी लगता है कि ये हॉल पवित्र है, ये ग्राफिक हीरा का परिवार पवित्र है, क्योंकि यहां पर इस हॉल के अंदर में कुछ अलग बात है कि यहां पर वर्ल्ड समिट ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट में की पहली जो कॉन्फ्रेंस थी यही हुई थी। और न जाने उस वक्त में क्या प्रभु का खेल था। 400 घंटे 40 लेबरर्स अपनी जान के लिए तड़प रहे थे, और जैसे यहां पर कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू हुई, विद इन हाफ एन आवर एवरीथिंग ओपन, और 40 में एक को भी खरोच नहीं आई। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस पवित्र धरती से, इस देवभूमि से, इस तप भूमि से, इस हिमालय की भूमि से अवश्य ही वो समाधान, सॉल्यूशन निकलेगा। ये एक बात पक्की है कि ये जो WSDM है, ये केवल एक आयोजन नहीं है, ये एक आंदोलन है, ये क्रांति है। इस क्रांति में हम सबको मिलना पड़ेगा। आप ताली मारने में इतने घबराते क्यों हैं? It should be bold. आपको प्रण लेना पड़ेगा पूरी मानवता के लिए, पूरे विश्व के लिए, पूरी धरती माता के लिए, that we will be together, will be collective, will create a आंदोलन। और ये एक बात पक्की है, बिना आंदोलन के ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं हो सकती है। ये एक इट हैज गॉट टू बी ए सामूहिक दावा, कलेक्टिवली हमको ये कहना पड़ेगा। और आपने तो सुना डॉक्टर अनिल जोशी जी ने कितना सुंदर तरीके से कहा कि ये वार्निंग है, ये वेकअप कॉल है, ये चुनौती है। आज जो पुस्तक का रिलीज किया है, इसके अंदर में लिखा है वाटर रिसोर्सेज ऑफ हिमालयस। ये जो वाटर वर्ड है, कभी कभी मुझे लगता है वाटर के अंदर में अगर आप WATER में TE हटा देंगे तो वॉर ही रह जाता। अंत में अगर आप वाटर को ठीक से मैनेज नहीं करेंगे, नेचर को ठीक से आप मैनेज नहीं करेंगे, तो अवश्य ही वो स्थिति आएगी जहां हम अपने आप से ही लड़ने लग जाएंगे। पूरे भारत ने, पूरी मानवता ने सबक सीखा जब कोविड था, किस प्रकार हम ऑक्सीजन के लिए तड़प रहे थे, किस प्रकार हमको ये ज्ञान हुआ कि हम पूरे जीवन में गलत खाते रहे, हमने अपनी धरती की देखभाल ही नहीं की। उस वक्त में समझ आया कि डिविनिटी क्या होती है, स्पिरिचुअलिटी क्या होती है, मिलेट क्या होता है, पहाड़ क्या होते हैं, वो शुद्धता क्या होती है। क्या हम सबको कोविड जैसे ही सिखाएंगे या अपने आप से हम सीखेंगे? कभी कभी लगता है एक तरफ तो दिल करता है इकोनॉमी शिखर में जाए, बट दिस इकोनॉमी कांट ट्रेवल विदाउट द इकोलॉजी। कभी कभी लगता है खूब डेवलपमेंट हो, विकास हो, बट दे कांट बी डेवलपमेंट विदाउट डिविनिटी। हम सचमुच अभी रंगों को पहचानने लग गए हैं। हम लोग अब समझे हैं कि एक कलर ग्रीन होता है, एक एनर्जी क्लीन एनर्जी होती है, और उत्तराखंड की सबसे ज्यादा जिम्मेवारी है क्योंकि हिमालयस भी यही हैं, फॉरेस्ट 71% भी यही हैं, गंगा मैया और यमुना जी का भी स्रोत यही है, शिव जी का भी प्लॉट यही है, उनका भी आंगन प्रांगण यही है। एक बात पक्की है, हमारा कलेक्टिव भविष्य, ये हमारी एनवायरनमेंट, नेचर, कभी कभी लगता है ये जो वर्ड क्लाइमेट है, पता नहीं किस अंग्रेज ने बनाया होगा क्लाइमेट, लेकिन इसमें MAT बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ये हमारा साथी है। अगर आप इसको साथी की तरह ट्रीट नहीं करेंगे तो ये आपको एंड टाइम के ऊपर में बहुत धोखा देगा। कभी कभी लगता है कि भविष्य के लिए हमको घटना के बाद के आंकलन के बजाय पूर्व चेतावनी, वार्निंग को समझना होगा। इंजीनियरिंग भारी सुधार के बजाय प्राकृतिक आधारित सुरक्षा को फोकस करना होगा। बाहरी बचाव के बजाय सामुदायिक क्षमता, कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। हमने तो देखा था कि भारत ने किस प्रकार से कोविड के समय में एक नेशनल रेजिलियंस दिखाई थी। 40 दिन घर में रहे थे, खाना पीना बदल दिया था, हमारा व्यवहार मैत्री का था। हमने पूरी दुनिया पर वैक्सीन भेजी, लेकिन कई देश ऐसे थे उसी वक्त हमला करना चाहते थे, उसी वक्त गलवान में आना चाहते थे। So we have to choose what we got to do, and we are the leaders in this resilience. ये जो वर्ड रेजिलियंस है, नेशनल रेजिलियंस, सोशल रेजिलियंस, हमारी सभ्यता संस्कृति बेस्ड रेजिलियंस, इसको समझना पड़ेगा। उपचार के बजाय रोकथाम पर कितना अच्छा निवेश करें, दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस। आपने इस सम्मेलन के अंदर में बहुत सुंदर 5 ई, अर्थ भी ई से ही शुरू होता है, 5 ई, एंगेज, एजुकेट, एनेबल, एम्पावर, एक्सेल, इसके ऊपर मैं अध्ययन किया, डेलिब्रेशंस किया। मुझे यकीन है कि जो इसमें से समाधान निकला होगा, दैट विल बी वेरी इफेक्टिव फॉर ईच वन ऑफ अस। ये जो आपकी 3 दिन की विचार यात्रा थी, सचमुच ये दिस इज एक्चुअली डेडिकेटेड टू पूरा ब्रह्मांड, पूरा प्राकृतिक, पूरा एनवायरमेंट, पूरा वातावरण। ये जो आपदा प्रबंधन है, ये केवल प्रतिक्रिया प्रणाली नहीं बल्कि एक सतत प्रक्रिया है। इट्स ए कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव वे ऑफ डीलिंग विद द प्रॉब्लम, जिसमें वैज्ञानिक शोध, रिसर्च, सामुदायिक सहभागिता, बार बार ये पॉइंट आता है कि हमको इकट्ठा होना पड़ेगा, किसी सिंगल के करने से नहीं होगा। पूरे हाथ को, 5 उंगलियों को इकट्ठा होना पड़ेगा, दोनों हाथों को इकट्ठा होना पड़ेगा, हर आत्मा को इकट्ठा होना पड़ेगा। और यही स्तंभ था 3 दिन का, हाउ टू लुक फॉर कोऑपरेटिव community answer to the problem. हमको राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति, पॉलिटिकल विल, कलेक्टिव विल, तकनीकी नवाचार, आई एम डेफिनेट अबाउट इट, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग, अगर हम इसको ठीक तरह से उपयोग करेंगे तो वी विल बी एबल टू फाइंड ए सोल्यूशन इन दिस। बिकॉज ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, यही एक साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी का बड़ा सुंदर एक मिलन है, वेयर वी आर टुगेदर टू फाइंड ए सॉल्यूशन फॉर द प्रॉब्लम दैट वी आर फेसिंग। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, बहुत सुंदर, आपदा में भी अवसर छिपा होता है। इट टीचेस लॉट ऑफ लेसन, बट हैव वी बीन एबल टू अब्सॉर्ब दैट लेसन and use it for ourselves? यदि हम सीखने की इच्छा रखते हैं तो you can really learn immensely out of it. हमें प्रत्येक संकट को एक पाठ के रूप में स्वीकार करना होगा। जलवायु परिवर्तन हमें बड़ी चुनौती के रूप में दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन यदि हम सक्रिय दृष्टिकोण, अ पॉजिटिव पर्सपेक्टिव, अगर हमारी सोच, विचार और धारणा अपनाएं तो यही चुनौती मानवता के एक नए सहयोगी युग का आधार बन सकती है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इस परिवार ने जो 5,000 डेलीगेट्स sat together and discussed for 3 days, I'm definite about it कि आपकी आत्मा को पता चल गया है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है। अभी सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है कि ईच वन ऑफ यू, जितनी भी आत्मा यहां बैठी है इस परिवार में, जिन्होंने भी 5,050 देशों ने हिस्सा लिया है, Each one of them has become a brand ambassador of Prabhu. भगवान का, ब्रह्मांड का एक ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बन गया है. आपको किसी सर्टिफिकेट की जरूरत नहीं है. You are a brand ambassador to take the flag of what we need to do. जोर से ताली बजाइए. आपको सहयोगी बनना पड़ेगा. You will have to be part of the प्रचार and प्रसार. You will have to tell people. लोग सोए हुए हैं. जागरूकता करनी पड़ेगी. You have to use all that is at your disposal. चाहे वो सोशल मीडिया है, पुस्तक है, ऑडियो, वीडियो, टेक्स्ट, जो भी मेथड है, आपको पूरी दुनिया को ये संदेश देना पड़ेगा जो आपने पिछले 3 दिन के अंदर में यहां पर इकट्ठा सबके साथ में शेयर किया है. ये कहानी हम सब की है. गुरु नानक देव जी ने इतना सुंदर कहा है. जो हमारा गुरु ग्रंथ साहब है उसमें भी पहला शब्द, पहला अंक है एकम. वी गॉट टू बिकम वन ऑन दिस प्रॉब्लम. एकम बनना पड़ेगा. वी गॉट टू बी यूनाइटेड, वननेस, इंटीग्रेटेड ऑन दिस चैलेंज. इनफैक्ट आपको तो याद है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने G20 में इस पूरे विश्व के सामने में कितनी सुंदर सोच रखी थी. उन्होंने कहा कि वी आर वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली एंड वन फ्यूचर. ये हम सबका एक चुनौती, एक मार्ग और दिशा है. ये सिर्फ नारा नहीं है बल्कि सनातन धर्म का जीवन दर्शन है. गुरु ग्रंथ साहब में बड़ा सुंदर लिखा है, पवन गुरु पाणी पिता माता तरत महत. हम तो धरती को माता के स्वरूप ही पूजा करते हैं. भारतीय सनातन विचार हमेशा से कहता आया है, माता भूमि पुत्रो पृथ्वी, अर्थात मतलब पृथ्वी हमारी माता है. ताली नहीं मारेंगे? ये ताली आत्मा से होनी चाहिए ताकि माता, धरती माता इसको सुने. और हम उसकी संतान, उसके पुत्र पुत्री है. अगर संतान अपनी माता की देखभाल नहीं करेगा तो कौन आके करेगा? उत्तराखंड ने, माननीय अनिल जोशी जी ने बहुत सुंदर से बताया कि सबसे बड़ा एक्सपीरियंस इस क्षेत्र में तो हमारा ही है. सो वी हैव टू टेक द स्टेप अहेड. आपने सिर के ऊपर में लाल क्यों डाला है? क्योंकि ये आंदोलन है, क्योंकि ये पूरी धरती को, पूरी मानवता को इकट्ठे करने का एक संदेश है. ताली मारते वक्त बिल्कुल शर्म मत कीजिए. हमने तो 2013 में विनाशकारी केदारनाथ श्राद्धी को देखा है, उसको भोगा है. और ऐसे स्थान पर विच इज द एपिसेंटर ऑफ अ डिविनिटी, वो पूरी आत्मा को एक संदेश था. हमने तो चमोली में ग्लेशियर के टूटने की घटनाओं को देखा है. हमने तो उत्तरकाशी टेहरी में बादल फटना, पिथौरागढ़ तथा रैनी क्षेत्रों में भूस्खलन, और हर वर्ष इस बार की जो बारिश थी उसने भी अलग संदेश दिया. नहीं तो देहरादून और उत्तराखंड की जो बारिश थी लंबे टाइम तक चलती थी. वो कवियों का जो शब्द है ना, रिम झिम हौले हौले, ऐसे चलती थी. लेकिन इस बार की जो बारिश थी वो अलग थी, इकट्ठी. 12 नवंबर 2023 को तो हमने देखा था, दिवाली का दिन था, लेकिन सिलक्यारा टनल का चैलेंज हमारे सामने में आया. क्या संघर्ष करना पड़ा। हमसे बढ़कर तो कोई भोगी नहीं है इस विषय के बारे में। तो आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरी उत्तराखंडी, आपकी आत्मा को मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि पूरे विश्व के साथ में, पूरी मानवता के सामने में, साथ में अपने एक्सपीरियंस को शेयर कीजिए। आपकी ताली बता रही है कि दैट यू आर रेडी टू शेयर। इस समापन सत्र में मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि हिमालय हमें सिखाता है, हिम होता है ना, शिखर, ऊंचा वही होता है जो स्थिर हो, जो संतुलित हो, जो धैर्यवान हो। आपदा प्रबंधन भी इसी स्थिरता, इसी संतुलन, बैलेंस और धैर्य, पेशेंस का विज्ञान है। So each one who is dealing in this subject, we have to have the following characteristics. इस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हर एक आत्मा, ये छोटी सी बच्ची यहां बैठी हुई है, इससे लेकर जो सबसे बुजुर्ग है, हर एक आत्मा आज संकल्प ले कि हम इस विषय में क्या योगदान देंगे, क्या कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे। वो बच्ची कितनी जोर से ताली बजा रही है, उसके दिल में कितना है कि मैं क्या कर सकती हूं। विज्ञान को संस्कृति से, तकनीक को परंपरा से, विकास को पर्यावरण से, दुनिया को वसुदेव कुटुंबकम की भावना से जोड़ते हुए हमको एक सुरक्षित, संवेदनशील और सतत भविष्य का निर्माण करना है। ये हमारा संकल्प होना चाहिए। मैं इस क्षण सबने जिन्होंने इस बहुत ही सुंदर कार्य को रूप दिया है, उनको मुबारकबाद देना चाहता हूं। और आई वुड लाइक टू, पूरे विश्व की तरफ से मैं उनको आभार, प्रशंसा और धन्यवाद कहना चाहता हूं कि आपने ऐसे सब्जेक्ट को चूज किया, ऐसे सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर में 3 दिन आपने डेलिब्रेशन किया, जो हम सब के लिए कोलेक्टिवली इज गोइंग टू गिव इम्पैक्ट, इफेक्ट एंड द रिजल्ट इन द कमिंग टाइम। मैं, प्रोफेसर दुर्गेश जी बैठे हैं, उनका तो नाम ही दुर्गा माता से शुरू होता है। आई वुड लाइक टू कॉम्प्लीमेंट यू कि आपने दुर्गा माता जी की वो शक्ति दिखाई है, उनका वो इंटेलेक्ट दिखाया है, उनकी वो सिंसियरिटी दिखाई है, और आपने साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी को, इस विषय जो हमको सबको एक चुनौती की तरह लग रहा है, उसको इतने सुंदर रूप से हम सबको मिलाकर आपने इस विषय के ऊपर में फोकस किया है। मैं आप सबकी तरफ से प्रोफेसर कमल घनसाला जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपके परिवार ने, आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी ने, आपके आंगन ने, आपके प्रांगण ने हमको वो क्षण दिए हैं कि हम विश्व का, ब्रह्मांड का, पूरी अर्थ के लिए सोल्यूशन निकाल। मैं तो कभी कभी सोचता हूं कि इनका नाम एक्चुअली प्रोफेसर THE, द कमल घनसाला होना चाहिए। क्यों मैं कह रहा हूं कि द THE होना चाहिए? पहली बात तो मैं देखता हूं कि ग्राफिक हीरा और इनकी जो पर्सनालिटी है, उसके अंदर में T टेक्नोलॉजी है। जिस प्रकार से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग, रिसर्च, शोध के ऊपर में जोर देते हैं, अपने आप से बिल्कुल अलग है। H से क्या बनता है? H से हेल्थ, हॉस्पिटल, ये सबसे जरूरी है। और E से क्या बनता है? ये तो सबको मालूम है। क्या बोला? अर्थ। और कोई बताइए E से क्या बनता है? हाँ, एजुकेशन। पूरे परिवार की तरफ से, पूरी मानवता की तरफ से प्रोफेसर द कमल घनसाला जी, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरे एडीसी ने ऑलरेडी बता दिया है कि 20 मिनट पूरे हो चुके हैं, लेकिन ये बात आत्मा की है, ये बात ब्रह्मांड की है, ये बात ईश्वर की है। ईश्वर has called us together to find solution to this problem. We can't be ignorant of what role we are playing and what the solution has got to be there. मैं आप सबकी तरफ से प्रहलाद अधिकारी जी, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी, उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। उनके नाम में ही अधिकारी है, और जितने भी अधिकारीगण यहां हैं जिन्होंने कंट्रीब्यूट किया है, आपको भी बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद। मैं डॉक्टर डीपी ओनियाल जी, ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर डीजी यूकॉस्ट को भी बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपने बहुत सुंदर कार्य करके इस आंदोलन को सफल बनाने की दिशा में बहुत कार्य किया है। आई लाइक टू कॉम्प्लीमेंट श्री राजेंद्र सिंह जी, HOD member NDMA, a big thanks to you, sir. And the way you are speaking, ऐसा लगता है कि ये आपकी पैशन है, आपकी आत्मा बोल रही थी। और एक पूरे खड़े होके लेट्स थैंक डॉक्टर अनिल प्रकाश जोशी जी, पूरे खड़े हो जाइए। ये महात्मा हम सबकी आत्माओं के लिए कार्य कर रहे हैं। और बिग थैंक्स टू यू सर। पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण और न जाने प्रभु के अकाउंट से इनको क्या क्या अवार्ड मिले होंगे। खड़े रहिए, खड़े रहिए। ऐसे वाला परिवार कहां होता है जो एक कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को समझता है। आपको देखकर मेरा दिल कर रहा है कि 3 बार जय हिंद बोलें और 3 बार धरती माता की जय बोलेंगे, 3 बार भारत माता की जय। आप इधर आइए, आप इधर आइए। सबसे छोटी पार्टिसिपेंट आप इधर आइए मैडम, जल्दी से आइए। तैयार है सब? ये जो ग्राफिक ईरा ने बनाया है थोड़ा हिल जाना चाहिए। गला साफ कीजिए आप। इधर आइए, इधर आइए आप मेरे साथ, इधर आइए। क्या नाम क्या है? अक्षरा, क्या नाम। तैयार है आप? 3 बार जय हिंद बोलेंगे पहले। पीछे वाले तैयार हैं? ऊपर वाले तैयार हैं? अभी तैयार हैं? जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद। अभी दूसरा है भारत माता की जय, उस माता का जिसने हमको जन्म दिया है। तैयार है? भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। अभी तीसरा है पृथ्वी माता की जय। तैयार है? ये हमारी अमृत पीढ़ी है, ये हमारी युवा पीढ़ी है, ये हमारा भविष्य है। जोर से ताली मारिए। अभी जो तीसरा वाला है, हिल जानी चाहिए धरती। धरती माता की, धरती माता की, धरती माता की। और अंत में, बैठिए प्लीज बैठिए। अंत में हम सब जीवंत हैं, सांस ले रहे हैं, प्राण हैं, उसी को मद्देनजर रखकर आपको प्रणाम। भारत की सभ्यता संस्कृति ने हमको संस्कार सिखाए हैं और हम दोनों की तरफ से आप सबको नमस्कार।
ठीक है।
और तीसरा क्या हो सकता है? तीसरा जय माता दी।
Thank you. Now I would like to request Professor Kamal Ghanshala ji, Honorable Founder of Graphicera Group of Institutions, to present a gesture of honor and appreciation, a memento to His Excellency the Governor of Uttarakhand, the Chief Guest. I'd like to request the dignitaries to join. Yes. I'd like to request Dr. Durgesh Panji and Honorable Professor Kamal Ghanshala ji to present a gesture of honor and appreciation to other guests also. बस हो गया, हो गया। Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Kamal Ghanshala ji for his vote of thanks for this session, sir.
Our Honorable Chief Guest, Lieutenant General Gurmeet Singh ji, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, VSM, former Deputy Chief of Army Staff, His Excellency Governor of Uttarakhand, special guest हमारे अपने अनिल प्रकाश जोशी जी, डॉक्टर अनिल प्रकाश जोशी जी, पद्म भूषण, पद्म श्री, और दूसरे जो हैं वो भी हमारे अपने हैं, श्री राजेंद्र सिंह जी, HOD एंड मेंबर NDMA, डॉक्टर दुर्गेश पंत जी, DG UCOST, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, experts, delegates, and participants of the summit, members from state administration, print and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen. We are deeply honored by the presence of our chief guest, Lieutenant General Gurmeet Singh ji, Honorable Governor of Uttarakhand, for giving us his valuable time and gracing this valedictory session. Sir, आप तो मुझे हमेशा लगता है ना कि पॉजिटिव एनर्जी के पावर हाउस हैं, और कुछ दो लाइन मैं भी आपके लिए लिख के आया हूं सर. Sir, you are patriotic, radiant, charismatic, courageous, and visionary personality always encourages each one of us. Sincere thanks to our special guests, Dr. Anil Prakash Joshi ji and Sri Rajendra Singh ji. I extend heartfelt appreciation to all our international and national speakers, panelists, researchers, and participants. I thank UCOST for showing, or I thank UCOST, especially Professor Durgesh Pant, for showing faith in us to host this event second time. Although first time it was more difficult because that Silkiara Tragedy was there, and that was the first function of this auditorium. Special thanks to various government departments, disaster response agencies, educational institutes, NGOs, community organizations, members of print and electronic media, यहाँ पर सेवा देने वाले सभी सफाई कर्मचारी, इसके साथ साथ सभी गार्ड्स और जिन लोगों ने आपको खाना बना के परोसा, वो सारे लोग, उनका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ. Last but not the least, I thank the organizing committee, tech team, and volunteers. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and knowledge sharing. We look forward to see these meaningful deliberations and impactful insights getting translated into action. और अंत में मैं यही कहूँगा कि सब लोगों के बीच में डायलॉग होना चाहिए, कम्युनिकेशन गैप नहीं होना चाहिए. और कोई डिजास्टर अगर आज एक्स जगह पे आती है तो अगली दफ़े वाई में आती है, तो एक्स से वाई वालों को कुछ ना कुछ सीख लेना चाहिए. मेरे एक दोस्त कवि हैं परवीन शुक्ला, उन्होंने कुछ लाइनें लिखी हैं जो डिजास्टर में नहीं, सारी चीज़ों में आपके लिए बहुत बहुत लाभकारी होंगी अगर उन पर आप ध्यान दें. जाने कितने अनुभवों का बस यही है सार अंतिम, जाने कितने अनुभवों का बस यही है सार अंतिम, तोड़ना मत मन के रिश्तों का कभी भी तार अंतिम, तोड़ना मत मन के रिश्तों का कभी भी तार अंतिम. जिंदगी की उलझनों से जूझ कर जाना है हमने, ना कोई भी जीत अंतिम, ना कोई भी हार अंतिम. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, His Highness. Thank you, the guests. Thank you, the distinguished panelists. Thank you, all members present inside the hall. I request all of you to please join us in the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा. तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे. गाहे तव जय गाथा. जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
I request the members present inside the hall to please remain seated till the exit of His Excellency the Governor of Uttarakhand. Post that, all of us, you are invited to have lunch with us. Thank you so much. आप सभी लोग लंच पर आमंत्रित हैं. अपने स्थान पर बैठे रहें. महामहिम के प्रस्थान के पश्चात हम यहाँ से लंच के लिए प्रस्थान करेंगे. थैंक यू.